Ladies and gentlemen, to establish a bit of the House rules again, we'd like to ask that for the sake of decorum within the hall, we keep our emotions in check. We've understood that over the course of this event, it may be difficult to do that, but would ask that you please restrict your claps. Please do not give a round of applause after each speech, and especially during the debates, as each speaker is timed. And you doing so, you'll be discrediting each speaker by taking away from the time that they have to fully articulate and communicate what they have come here to do. So we thank you very much for your understanding. Also, to establish a part of the ground rules, I'd like to ask probably the ushers or the technical team to help us with some tissues on the podium, on the stage, or in front of the governorship candidates, because I do expect that there will be more waterworks over the course of this event. When you do cry, please, please, try as much as possible to keep it as quiet as possible. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is another partner I'd like to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers for the Uyo branch. Please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a test. Please do not put your hands together. We will not be doing that over the course of this event. Please make very welcome as quietly as you can, Engineer Uwem Akman.
Protocol. I've been given 2 minutes to welcome our guest to this event. Nigerian Society of Engineers is a partner to the 20 society is looking for greater Akwa Ibom. Our society is looking for a better Akwa Ibom of sustainable infrastructural development. This governorship debate, we have very lost that opportunity, and I know at the end of the day, Akwa Ibomites will make a good choice. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the chairman of the NSE Nigeria Society of Engineers. Next, coming to the podium is a very key partner who has supported us from the very start of this event. I'd like to invite a representative from ActionAid Nigeria and Clementi Song Foundation. Blessing Ifeminam, Program Officer and Governance, ActionAid Nigeria. Blessing Ifeminam. Is she here? Okay.
Here, ActionAid Nigeria. I don't know who have heard about ActionAid, but we are a non-governmental organization that is working to ensure that we eradicate poverty in Nigeria, not just in Nigeria, but across the world, because we believe that poverty can be eradicated. We are happy to identify with this process and to be a partner for this great event. Before I leave the podium, I want to say that one of our strategic focus is prioritizing the issues of young people, irrespective of the fact that we also work in other thematic areas of governance. That is why we are very particular about being a part of this process, because we prioritize young people. So I want to welcome you on behalf of the country director and the management of ActionAid. They bring greetings and they know we are here. Our country director also happens to be the civil society room convener for those of us that also follow the issues of election and all. Through this process, we also facilitated a youth charter of demand, and we are hoping that the governorship candidates that are here, that are going to take questions from us, will be able to also tell us the strategies and the ways they will be able to ensure that the issues of young people are brought into the governor in Akwa Ibom State if they get elected. We are open to listening to you, and we also hope that at the end of the day, we will all collectively come up with strategies that will ensure the better of Akwa Ibom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Blessing Ifeminam. She's the program officer for governance, ActionAid Nigeria, and Clement Song Foundation. Up next, we'd like to invite the MD, Managing Director of Franklin Everbright Farms Limited, Honorable Friday Obono. Franklin Everbright Farms Limited. All right, he's coming forward, the MD of that particular company, Honorable Friday Obono. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank every one of us that have found time to be part of this event. I want to thank the organizer of this event, Nigerian Union of Journalists, my brother Anyekan Dofia, who has put this great job together. I want to speak as a business person as regards the essence of good governance, as regards the governorship of Akwa Ibom State 2023. As a business person, I've come to realize that we encounter a lot of challenges, which, of course, if we have a good government in place, we have been able to address those situations. And as a person, we find it necessary to partner with Nigerian Union of Journalists to ensure this event is successful. And I just look at statistics and I discovered that in 2022 alone, Nigeria had consumed about 119,000 tons of poultry meat, and about Akwa Ibom State contributed to 20% of that. And unfortunately, Akwa Ibom State does not have the ability to contribute to the value chain. Every poultry food, meat that comes into the farms of Akwa Ibom man comes from Ibadan. The feed come all overseas. And you discover that we have given that platform for the West to catch out on us 100%. And we discovered that government probably has not looked at this sector at all. And if probably has looked at that, we would have been able to curtail that capital flight going out of the hand of our people. And we also discovered that as a business, a private business, you are face to face with the challenges of starting a business. As an organization, we try to put up a facility that runs a 24 hours. We have put up an incubation center that hatch about 119,000 birds every week. And that runs a 24 hours electricity in our facility. And that facility is powered by 70 kVA inverter system that costs huge of millions of naira. And that is a sector that probably government would have taken care of that huge capital. But because we've not been able to have an opportunity to have a government that looked into the private sector businesses, and we have suffered as a business. And I want to draw the attention of the incoming governors that this is an area that government need to give an attention to ensure that as a business we can grow. I want to draw to attention to understand that SMEs generate 40% of the GDP in Nigerian economy. And out of this 40%, you discovered that we in Akwa Ibom cannot even be able to do something tangible. Why? Because we lack the capital, the resources to kickstart that. If you look at 90% of properties in Akwa Ibom State does not have a title. Why? Because the governor has not deemed it fit to sign the CFO. They'll probably give a business person to be able to take his property to the bank, to place it as a security, to access phone. And we come here to ensure that we encourage that our people to look into this while voting. A new government that a new person that must sit in the hilltop mansion must be somebody that should be accountable, must answer the question of Akwa Ibom people. not somebody that when we call to give account will get angry and treat as if we are quarreling. And we thank every one of us for making part of this event, and we trust God that in 2023 we'll be able to elect a leader that will be accountable to Akwa people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that it is a particular part of the protocols that may be difficult for us to deal with, because as people of God, we are used to giving honor to whom it is due. But I'd like that you honor these people in your hearts, or with a simple head nod, or whatever you can, whenever it is that they walk off stage. Please locate them with a hug as quietly as you can, or with tissues whenever it is that anybody cries, please. But please, we'll ask that you do not clap so as not to interfere with the times that they are speaking. Thank you very much, especially during the debates. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have someone who will be speaking to us through a relayed video from the Akwa State Association of Nigeria in the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of queuing up a video from the International President, Itoro Akpan Akwa.
Hi, I'm Ibom Itoro Akwa, National President of the Akwa State Association of Nigeria, USA Inc., Akisan USA, and the President General of the Forum of Presidents of Akwa Communities Worldwide, FOPAC. As the National President of Akisan USA, I represent thousands of Akwa in the United States in at least 30 chapters. We're a 36-year-old, volunteer-based, membership-based, and apolitical organization. Over the years, we've conducted medical missions in Akwa State, offered scholarships to people of Akwa State in Akwa State and in the US, and recently we've introduced vocational training programs in IT, culinary arts, cosmetology, and agribusiness. We have sponsored at least 70 students over the last 2 years in those programs. As a representative of FOPAC, I represent at least 12 countries from the United States to Malaysia. And the aim of this group is to bring all Akwa globally under one roof, to be a voice for the voiceless, and also to implement projects on a global scale. As part of the Nigerian diaspora, Akwa are one of those who send home the at least 30 billion, that's billion with a B, dollars back to Nigeria every year. We are therefore influencers of the people that we send the money to. It can also therefore be argued that the vote of the Akwa in Akwa State is the vote of the Akwa in the diaspora, because currently we cannot vote. Therefore, our influence should not be taken for granted. If you are participating in this debate today, congratulations to you. As you present your public policy proposals and your political opinions, remember those that you'll be accountable to after you're elected into office, which is the great people of Akwa State. Remember, debates are the bedrock of any democracy, irrespective of where you are in the world. And if you're tuning into this debate today and you're living in Akwa State, I hope that by now you've collected your PVCs. If you've not done so, you lose the right to vote. And therefore you live with those consequences for the next 40 to 80 years. Once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone participating in this debate today. It's a history-making day. May God bless you all. May God bless Akwa State. Akwa Hi, I'm up.
Okay, so that's Akwa State Association of Nigeria, USA, Itoro Akpan speaking via a relayed video. I'd like to invite the Ibom People's Congress, Professor John Okon, the president of Ibom People's Congress. If you're here, please come forward. 2 minutes. Ibom People's Congress is the president here. 2 minutes. Okay. I'll just move on to invite. Okay, he's coming. Please, can you make it snappy? 2 minutes, please. The president. A video as well. Okay, so that's also a video. Can I call on upstage Youth for Change Initiative as we prepare the relayed video? Youth for Change Initiative, the representative of the partnership initiative in Niger Delta. The program officer, are you here? Youth for Change Initiative. Please come forward as snappy as possible. 2 minutes only. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. My name is P. Sedem. I'm representing PIN Initiative. PIN Initiative is a non-governmental organization, and they are working within the Niger Delta on economic development and peace building. The reason why they support this initiative is because during election we always have violence and conflict. So we want to see how conflict, violence can be reduced. And that is why we are part of this initiative. I want to use this opportunity to thank each and everyone for coming out for this event. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to invite all at once Volcano Nigeria Limited, the Managing Director, Mr. Bobby Onofio, Prime Hill Limited, Mrs. Anebet Basi, General Manager, City Crest Estate, EVA, Education as a Vaccine, and the Nigerian Girls Guide Association. Please come forward while we just have you queued up here as we take your remarks. Is the People's Congress ready? Okay, so Volcano Nigeria Limited.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, again, my name is Bobby Onofio, Managing Partner of Volcano Nigeria Limited. Volcano is an EPC company, an engineering procurement and civil works company. We play in the upstream sector of the oil and gas industry. Let me thank the organizers of this event for putting this together. One of the beauties of our democracy is the fact that we get, as citizens, we get to choose the leaders that we want. So that's why we're here today. We're going to be able to hear from the candidates, not just hear from them, but also watch their body language, watch their mannerisms, and be able to make informed decisions based on that. And this is an advice to the organizers going forward. I think it would be good if we could employ a polling system where we take the polls from attendees before the debate and do exit polls after the debate and see if the votes were, swung in a particular direction or not. We'll be able to draw some data from that. I do understand that there are people here who have already made up their minds on who they want to vote for. There also are people who are undecided or sitting on the fence. And the hope is that after this debate, people will be able to be sure or make informed decisions of where they want to be. I came to UO in the 90s as an undergraduate student. And I can tell you that UO in 1995 is so different from UO today. There's been a long leap of infrastructural development, economic empowerment. And the hope of most Akwa Ibom citizens is that whoever is going to be our next leader or next governor will be able to continue that upward trajectory to provide healthcare, affordable healthcare to people in the rural areas. What citizens want, they don't want too much. They just want the basics. To be able to, if their child is sick, to be able to go to the primary health care center and see a medical practitioner on seat and be able to get drugs from the dispensary. They want to be able to have power, to power their businesses. So that the lady who sells fish be able to put her products in the cold room, or the guy who has a barber shop be able to keep barbing keep his barbing salon open without having to spend so much of a head on diesel. They're just asking for basic things. So I hope that the candidates today will take this into consideration, and whoever gets elected will create a positive impact in the lives of Akwa Ibom people. Thank you. God bless you all.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Prime Hill.
Good day, everyone. I am delighted to be here. Special thanks to Nigerian Union of Journalists for giving us this opportunity, giving the masses the opportunity through this debate to be able to choose a befitting candidate for the seat of the governor. Prime Hill Limited is an indigenous real estate company based in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. We have been in business for 7 years at providing housing solutions to Akwa Ibom citizens. If you agree with me, housing is a very crucial part of democracy, and that is why we're here. With over 400 subscribers and over 5 estates located not too far from the city center, Prime Hill Limited is a sure real estate investment company that you can invest your money and be sure that you can go to sleep. Once again, I want to thank the NUJ for putting this up, and I hope that after today's debate, the masses will have the opportunity and will be well informed as to who to vote at the 2023 general elections. Thank you all for coming out.
All right, thank you. Is Ibom People's Congress video ready?
My name is Professor John J. Okon, President, Ibom People's Congress, USA. This is my goodwill message at the 2023 Akwa Ibom State Governorship debate organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists in partnership with IPC at Ibom Icon Hotel today, January 29th, 2023. Let me proceed on already existing protocols. Ibom People's Congress, IPC, which I represent in my capacity as the president at this event, is pleased to participate as a partner and co-sponsor of this historic debate in partnership with other sponsors. I commend Nigerian Union of Journalists and all partner and media organizations for this patriotic initiative. You have done a remarkable job that hopes to become an integral part of a democratic life. In my interest, this August gathering, to know that Ibom People's Congress, IPC, as the premier and worldwide advocacy body for Akwa Ibom people, in partnership with the state government, organized the first Akwa Ibom state governorship debate back in September 2006. The essence of debate is to engage would-be leaders and set an agenda for good governance for the 2023 administration and beyond. It should remain a tradition in every leadership recruitment cycle. This debate comes at a time of the word erosion of public confidence in government and heightened sense of insecurity at all levels, particularly at the national stage. To help address this challenge, IPC support this debate, recognizing its importance as an opportunity for the governorship candidate to share their vision and plan for substantially reduce problems facing our people and ensure optimal development of our human and natural resources. I congratulate the debaters on their success as flag bearers of their party. I look forward to meeting with them before election and with the eventual winner after election to share with them the vision and mission of IPC. In closing, IPC expects more than business as usual. Governance should going forward be willing to give account to the people through transparent contract system, through independent legislature, and governance ethical standards.
All right, thank you. That's from the Ibom People's Congress, the president speaking right there. I'd like to invite, we're almost at the running of the remarks, the Education as a Vaccine and the Nigerian Girls Guide Association for their remarks. Just 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Standing on existing protocols, we want to say a big thank you to the organizers. We are Gauge Girls, girls advocating for girls' education in Akwa Ibom State, vetted by Education as a Vaccine, Nigerian Girls Guide, and Malala Fund. Education is the best investment any democracy could make for its people. Education is the best investment Akwa Ibom State could make for its people, because uneducated minds will become the burden of society. Today in Akwa Ibom State, there are 298,161 out-of-school girls. These girls are of school age. So we are using this opportunity to implore all relevant stakeholders and aspirants to take conscious efforts. We have only 4 demands. 1, we need an implementation of the Child Rights Act in Akwa Ibom State. 2, We need increased budgetary allocation for education in Akwa Ibom State, taking into factors water, hygiene, and learning materials for those girls. 3, we want the UBE policy to be fully implemented from 9 years to 12 standard years of all children in Akwa Ibom State, especially the girls. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I just needed to come as a chairman of this committee. We are going into the debate proper, and I will invite the chairman of the NUJ. But just before I do that, this morning, after a firm confirmation from the PDP gubernatorial candidate, Pastor Moino, we received a letter formally addressed to the NUJ chairman stating his withdrawal from the debate. And before the debate starts, we're going to take that podium off the lectern of the stage. Again, this afternoon, while we're also preparing for the debate, the committee had met with the APC gubernatorial candidate, Obong Akan Odofia, and he said that he's indisposed and not feeling too good, and so he would not be at the debate, would also take off the podium. So let me call on the NUJ chairman, Comrade Amos Etu, to set the tone and lead us to the debate proper. And please let me say that Senator Obong Basi Albert will be joining us via Zoom. I'm sure you saw the projection. So we'll be having 5 governorship candidates. Only 2 have declined, or only 2 are absent. So we'll have Senator Obong Basi Albert of the YPP join us via Zoom. And he has an effective representation in the hall.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all to an evening of history in Akwa Ibom State. It is exactly 41 days to the 11th of March 2023. And about this time, results from polling units must have trickled in and collation must have started. And the journey in who becomes the next governor of Akwa Ibom State must have started to be realized. But today we gather under one roof with critical actors and stakeholders in the political process and the Akwa Ibom people worldwide for us to sit and have informed choices from the various candidates on what their proposals and projections on what the future of Akwa Ibom State would be beyond May 29, 2023. I want to thank those of us, the candidates, that have accepted to be on this podium. And I can assure you that Akwa Ibom people are watching. And when we leave here, we will go home with well-informed choices for what Akwa Ibom believes in and how we can have a prosperous future. The Nigerian media, especially in Akwa Ibom, will continue to play her constitutional responsibility as a conscience of the society, setting agenda for good governance, holding government accountable, and of course, working in partnership with the new governments that will come in. And so I welcome you all to an evening that will chart a course of excellence and the future of Akwa Ibom State. And I wish you all the very best in listening to the very best of everybody that will stand on the podium, and pray that Akwa Ibom State will have the very best on the 11th of March for a prosperous future. God bless us all in Jesus' name. It is on that note that I have the privilege to introduce the moderator for this very historic governorship debate, the debate anchor for tonight's event. He is the CEO of Color Code Media Group. He's a broadcast journalist, he's a media consultant, he's a communications consultant. He is a host of Punchline Forum, a political talk show on First Mend Nation. He's currently the General Manager of Hype FM and the Secretary General of the National Guild of Radio Managers. He has roots in both Delta State and Akwa Ibom State. His paternal roots stretch far from Ibuzo in Delta State, and while his maternal roots is as close as Ubuyu Ikoreta in Ibom local government area. He's a communications expert. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from Enugu State, join me in welcoming our debate anchor for tonight, Mr. Samuel Iboro Ajufo. Please a round of applause for him, please. From me, debate anchor. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Akwa Ibom. Good evening, Nigeria. Welcome to the Akwa Ibom Governorship Debate 2023. I do know there's an existing law that states that we must not clap, but I will remove that law for just this moment and ask us to clap for ourselves for being here, please. Now the law is now in place, no more clapping. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the very first ever governorship debate organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Akwa Ibom State Council, of course facilitated by the political committee. Today we'll be having the governorship debate for candidates vying for the seat of governor in the forthcoming March 11 governorship debate holding here in Akwa Ibom. The candidates are here to tell us about their opinions, their manifestos, their plans. Unfortunately, we will not be taking questions. All the questions have been sent through a portal where everyone was given the liberty to send in their questions, and those questions were compiled. We also have questions from professional bodies, interest groups, and others. As has been stated earlier, we will observe the following guidelines. I'm going to read them quickly, and when I'm done with them, we will invite all the candidates to come forward. The guidelines for this debate: the same time will be allotted to all the candidates. All the candidates will be required to speak within their allotted time. If you hear the bell, you are required to stop speaking. If you keep speaking, the mic will go off, and it's not technical, it's deliberate. Questions will center around the challenges of the state and not personal issues. The candidates are not expected to attack each other. Of course, physical attack is not also allowed. No interruptions, no interjections when it comes to a candidate's turn to speak. The candidates are required to stay on the issues. There will be a timekeeper to make sure you are informed of your time, and if you look to my extreme left over there, you have a timer. Please make sure you also focus on the timer as you focus on the audience. There will be no signs, no notes sent to the candidates from the audience. We will not also accept that. The debate will proceed at the scheduled time with the candidates available. Each candidate will be allowed 4 minutes of opening statements and 1 minute 30 seconds of closing statements. Of course, there will be no clapping, no booing, absolute silence in the debate as it commences. There will be room for rebuttal. Indicates while the moderator is at liberty to decide whether or not to accept your request for rebuttal. The audience will not ask questions. Candidates will answer the same questions. You will also be required to maintain decorum as we continue on this debate. We'll be focusing on the economy, education, sports, entertainment, infrastructure, and local government. That's what we'll be focusing on today. We have this event beamed live on several media channels. We are also live. It's a national TV broadcast. So please, the movements have to be minimized. Let's not have any distractions. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, I'm going to invite the candidates who are here present As the chairman of the political committee had stated, 2 candidates had dropped out from the debate, quite unfortunately, but will continue irrespective. I would like to invite to join us on the podium, and I will lift the ban on clapping for one moment and restore it when I feel like, because I own the mic for today. All right, let's invite with a round of applause Mr. Iboro Otu, African Action Congress candidate. Please, a round of applause as he comes up. Closely followed alphabetically from the African Democratic Congress, architect Ezekiel Nyaito. He's coming up. A round of applause for him. Also joining from the Action Democratic Party, ADP, Dr. Ekere Essien is on. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes on. From the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Senator John James Udoedege. A round of applause for him. Joining us via Zoom, the candidate for the Young Progressives Party, YPP, Senator Basi Akpan. A round of applause for him also. Gentlemen, you're welcome. Thank you very much for being here with us. In the spirit of sportsmanship, I would ask that we all shake ourselves, give ourselves a warm handshake and embrace. Thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, if we're done with that, let's go straight into the meat of the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the debate has officially begun. We'll start off with questions on the economy and education, and we'll observe a break. When we come back from that short break, we'll also have sports entertainment. We'll go for another break, and then we discuss infrastructure and local government. The reason for the breaks is to enable our partner radio stations to also play their jingles and, of course, observe some protocols in their states. Gentlemen, once again, you're welcome. You will be given 4 minutes for your opening statements, and we're going to start alphabetically from my left all the way till my right. You're going to explain your motivation for seeking the position of Governor of Akwa Ibom State, why the people should entrust you with such enormous power of their Commonwealth. Let's start with the candidate of the AAC. 4 minutes has started.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Iboro Otu, and I'm running for governor on the platform of the African Action Congress, the second on the ballot paper. My manifesto is called the Lazarus Project. You can download it from our website for free, www.iboro2.com. Why did I call my manifesto the Lazarus Project? Lazarus was dead, but with the right spiritual intervention, he came back to life. My manifesto, our plans, and my government will be that intervention that will bring Akwa Ibom State socio-economically back to life. We know as today that 80% of Akwa Ibom people are living in poverty. The unemployment level in this state is almost the highest in the country at 50%. Inflation in this state is at 27%, the highest in the country. When you add inflation to unemployment, you have 77%, which together is the misery index of this state. And because the misery index is directly proportional to poverty, it means that 80%, 77% of people in Akwa Ibom State barely can survive. So our intervention is to immediately make sure that the 3.2 million people in Akwa Ibom State that have no jobs can have access to jobs, and support systems that can make them thrive. And so with my manifesto, we have plans in 5 key areas I believe will quickly create a minimum of 100,000 jobs every year for Akwa Ibom people. And the 5 key sectors are the areas of H for healthcare, A for agriculture, S for science and technology, T for tourism, the creative and cultural industries, and E for education. We believe, and I believe, that when we plug in resources of this state in, let's take agriculture for example, we would be able to create 50,000 jobs. And how would we do this? Nigeria today spends $10 billion every year on food importation. Like my brother just mentioned when he was talking about poultry food, $10 billion. And so when we invest in our farmers, in gari making and processing, in rice making and processing, in seafood business, in palm oil business, we will be able to claw back at least 2.5% to 5% of this $10 billion. And that is about $250 to $500 million, dollars, not naira. And that means we will be able to feed ourselves, and we will be able to export some of our food to other parts of the country where we can make great money and tax the system to be able to plug resources into capital projects. In the healthcare sector, Nigerians spend $2 billion in foreign health. In 4 key areas of orthopedic, cardiology, renal dialysis, and cancer. And that means that when we invest in the healthcare sector, or primary and secondary healthcare sector, we will be again able to claw back 2.5% of this investment. In education, we spend $1 billion.
Thank you very much. Time up. Let's take a short break, a very quick 2 minutes or 1 minute. We need to rearrange something, some technical. Quickly. Them, the Mix FM here in Uyo, Inspiration FM, XL FM, Premium FM, Redemption FM, ABN TV, Spectrum TV, Banksio FM, the Nigerian Television Authority, Comfort FM, Planet FM, Atlantic FM. They are listening to us right now. Let's move to the next candidate to give us his motivation, the African Democratic Congress.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Ezekiel Aniakanabasi Nyaetok. I am from Ikore local government area of Akwa Ibom State. And for reason of time, I had my primary school education. Then I went to Federal Government College Warri, where I did my secondary education. I went from there to University of Nigeria. I had my first degree in architecture at the age of 21, my master's at the age of 23. At 25, I wedded. And at 30, I had my 3 children. I did the Star Africa project when I was 37 years, and at the age of 45, my sons were graduates from the University of, from the Covenant University. At 50, my last child, the girl, graduated from the same university while my first son had his master's from University of Manchester. Now at 54, 55, I became a grandfather. I am 59 today. Why I give you this context is because whoever is to be your governor has to be somebody that you want to leave your life in the hands of. In my manifesto, which you can easily read, you have yaitokcampaign.com. You can easily find that. But today, you want to be able to know the person that you want to leave the future of this state in the hands of. After God, the next most important institution is government. So you cannot afford the luxury of leaving this state in the hands of somebody you don't really know. They must come to you. You must ask them questions. They must answer your questions. Coming to governance, what makes me extremely passionate about this state? The first thing is that Akwa Ibom is like a contradiction. On one hand, we have some of the highest resources. We talk in terms of the in terms of what comes to the government. Our budget is about 700 billion, while over 80% of states in Nigeria budget 300 billion or less. We have 800 billion. In terms of compactness of the size, you can go from the beginning of Akwa Ibom, from the center of Akwa Ibom to the end, the very extreme of Akwa Ibom, in less than 2 hours. That's not the same thing in some states, like even our neighbor, Cross River State, where 6 hours we are still on the road. Aside from that, you have such natural resources that I wish I could bring out. Is there in the manifesto and everything. What is lacking? Where are we? Are we okay? Are we, when you look at developmental indices, why are we about the 5th highest indebted state in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, notwithstanding that we're about the 2nd or 3rd highest revenue earner? There's a contradiction there. I ask again, between the 2007, the last 2 dispensations, and now in the past 16 years, we have budgeted over 10 trillion naira. But if you stand at Ibom Plaza and you look at Ikorepene Road, you look at Akwa Road, you look at Abak Road, you look at Nwangiba, you look at Barracks Road, you cannot find that money. There's something fundamentally wrong, which is our governance system. So I have come with a governance system that is very different from what has been. It is called social governance ideology. We'll go into details, but I need to lay foundation, because for me, foundation is crucial. What is social governance? It's a bottom-to-top approach to governance and development with the primary objective of bringing the citizens out of poverty. That syncs with the essence of government as stated in the Constitution, chapters 2, section 14, subsection 2b, that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. I've come with what must be transparent, what must be accountable, what must address the core issues of the essence of government. These are the things I bring as a driver that you can trust and that will handle your affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold the applause. Thank you very much. Can we have some quiet in the hall? Candidates, when you cross into the 3 minutes, you'll hear a sound from the timekeeper, and that is the sound. So when you get to your final minute, you will also be hearing a double of that sound. All right, that will require that you come to a close. Let's move to the next candidate, the Action Democratic Party, ADP.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ekere Essien. I'm an 84 graduate of dental surgery from the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. We have had 24 years, almost 24 years of democratic dispensation in Akwa Ibom State as at today. The question is this: what legacy are we leaving for the future generations here to come? What do we expect in the next 5 years, 10 years of Akwa Ibom State? Is it possible to build an economy that will be inclusive in Akwa Ibom State and give everyone a sense of belonging, that will provide a buffer, a cushion for every Akwa Ibomite to be so insulated from every other unforetold vagaries in the country, Absolutely. That's the reason why I'm on the ballot. I've come with the Akwa Ibom Reset Agenda, a Kerempo different. There are 3 major God-given assets in Akwa Ibom State that I've identified. Down south, Akwa Ibom State borders with the Gulf of Guinea, with a natural deep sea port in Ibaka. The marine environment, with upwelling of water that brings up nutrients, and oxygenated water that makes our prawns and shrimps one of the best in the world, that has not been tapped. We look on the land, what grows on the land, the plants, oil palm, cassava, rubber, coconut. Ikora Ikpene was noted for copra in the 60s. That is gone. If you travel from Ini, from Itu to Ini, through Usei Koramama Road, you see a luscious land, 15-kilometer stretch. That will be the Akwa Ibom rice belt that will feed Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria, and also enough rice for export. The third asset is our people, intelligent and well-informed people. I, as your governor, intend to harness these God-given assets and resources to build an economy in participation with the private sector that will bring about wealth creation and also bring or usher in an era of participatory prosperity for our people. I want to say that I will bring responsible and responsive leadership to government. Now, while that is going on, we will carry out sectorial intervention in very key areas. These sectorial interventions will throw up opportunities for our teeming population unemployed. This intervention will be in the area of power, healthcare, education, agriculture, sustainable living, technology, and affordable housing. We have said before, I've said before, that 25% of our budget in the first year will go on education because we need to leapfrog education in Akwa Ibom from primary to tertiary. 15% of the budget will go on healthcare. We need to jumpstart our healthcare from the primary healthcare to the tertiary healthcare. Then, of course, the participatory prosperity is in the area of palm oil, in which 200 seedlings, when matured, gives 3.5 million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let's move over to the candidate of the NNPP.
Good evening. Let me thank you for the opportunity you've given to me to be here. Let me thank the audience and those who are watching through social media, radio, and television. I am Meru Senator John James Moderator, do Farafort Kuyo local government. Many a school said, many a BSc, many a MSc, many a PhD. I am the alumnus of the prestigious Harvard University. In 2011, I was candidate of the defunct ACN. And in that election, I ran again in security. In 2023, I'm into the candidate of New Nigerian People's Party. I am running against poverty, hunger, and unemployment. I get 329 wards and villages. Make it kuwene yunana unemployment. Asanga kukuriba. Mposi uongo kwa Ibom. In the mix of plenty, ida meru sebe na kwa Ibom. Ya ikat kidem ni to kwa Ibom. Awara riedu item on yembo. Anyasa antirat. I do a terrible situation. Therefore, I'm immediate at even entrepreneurship. Because you come out to civil servants. Even these civil servants will bear more on time. They might contract some of their jobs to consultants. Irahame, no way being I mean, there may be a decree 31,000 people, but I know more 1 million each. More from partnership to start a business, and we're building warehouses in all the cosmopolitan cities so that they can invest. Am I important from Lagos to Onitsha to Oba? My colleagues say that I do further statistics. 51% of unemployment, 75% of poverty, and the most difficult state to operate in, second most difficult state to operate in is Akwa Ibom State. I do say Ruriban, Mbogi Wood, about tax, cyclists, local government, about state about. Mono inject a stimulus plan in the 1930 recession of America and the other Western world. Even the recent COVID-19 palliative, they can inject funds into the system. They buy you wood. Small businesses, how will you operate? So we're creating an entrepreneurship. Young people can come into business, which I will expand later. I'm giving you no Ibana. It's a young one. They don't young from where they win here. Say, I'm boy, my God, we need Uraba. Yeah, no more grants than young Urua. Menaka emphasize the blue economy. Tangami, it will engine Raimum. Yainam, ya security back among so that our people can participate in what Kenam God. We are going to creating 4-tier government where we recognize the village, where we give money for the villages to implement so many projects. We're going to build healthcare centers in all the wards, and the family heads will be recognized. Government at the young villages. After all, more security. Yeah, no more security vote. Yeah, more administer security. Yeah, employ 10,000 local police to be trained by police, including the money we back among, so that we can have security to invest. Yeah, no loans where our small businesses can strive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. While I do commend the candidate for the NNPP, who has brought a novel idea of speaking in our local language, we do understand also that we are streaming on platforms that are being viewed across the world. So if you want to speak the local language, can you interlace it with English language, because the TV stations will not be able to have subtitles. We understand it here, others might not. Thank you very much. Can we have quietness in the hall, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the candidates of the Young Progressives Party, YPP. Silence in the hall, please. Silence in the hall, please. Thank you. Joining us via Zoom is the candidate for the Young Progressives Party. We're going to give you a minute to make sure your sound is good enough. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you now. Good evening.
Can we have louder audience? Okay. Can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me, sir? Edwin, I can hear you very clearly. Good evening.
Okay, we will begin your timer now. Go ahead, sir. Your motivation for being governor. Go ahead, sir.
Edwin, can you hear me?
Can we pause on the timer? Restart the timer, please. Can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me now? I can hear you clearly.
All right. So we are beginning your timer now. The question is your motivation for seeking the position of governor of Akwa Ibom State, and why should people entrust you with so much enormous power?
Let me thank God Almighty for this day, and also express a profound gratitude to the Nigerian Union of Journalists, the fourth estate of the land, for making this platform possible. I also wish to thank my big brothers on this podium, our co-contestants, for making Akwa Ibom State proud. I believe that our collective presence here today underscores the relevance and the importance and the credence that we have given to our people as the source of all authorities in line with the Constitution. I believe I have an opportunity to express my profound gratitude to all Akwa Ibom, both at home and in diaspora, for your love and prayers and tremendous support and goodwill that I have enjoyed in the course of my travel of becoming the governor of Akwa Ibom State. I feel strongly motivated, and I ask God for grace and opportunity to reward and pay back Akwa Ibom for this tremendous show of support. Having schooled there, having worked there, and having served in the Commission of Finance of Akwa Ibom State,
exposure, capacity, knowledge, and understanding of the Akwa Ibom challenge. There is no gainsaying that there exists a leadership vacuum in Akwa Ibom, and a time has come where that vacuum must be filled. I think the onus is on Akwa Ibom to support and elect a leader whom they can trust, a leader who has a fair understanding of the Akwa Ibom challenge. My contribution and intervention in my past antecedents as a commissioner, as a banker, and currently as a senator, who have contributed economic development of our country, and who has earned several awards and recognition. I'm so honored to ask this. This contribution cannot be oversubscribed.
Time up, sir. All right. Hope he knows he has been cut off. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the questions. The Akwa Ibom Governorship Debate 2023. If we can, please, let's make sure the candidate for the YPP, his visuals are still on screen, so we follow up. Everyone now knows that he is live joining us. We're going to be asking questions from the economy, asking questions from education in our very first line of questioning. We're going to move from my left to my right and to the YPP candidate virtually. The first question to you, candidate for the AAC. It is presumed that by aspiring to become governor, you have conducted a needs assessment of the state. The first question is, what have you discovered, and how do you plan to address the issues that you have discovered? Your time starts now. 4 minutes.
4 minutes or 2 minutes?
2 minutes, sorry, 2 minutes.
Okay, so the first thing I discovered is the waste in the system and misplacement of our commonwealth, especially with regards to recurrent expenditure, where half, like you can see in the budget, we are spending almost half of the budget on recurrent expenditure. And I'm hoping to save 100 billion from that 200 and something billion. How do we intend to do that? For example, we don't need a private jet in this state, where we spend 7 billion. Last time was 5.5 billion to maintain. That budget is bigger than the budget of education and agriculture combined. The same thing with the government lodges, governors' lodges we have everywhere across the country. Still, when the governors travel, they stay in hotels. We would cut that off, turn these lodges into hospitals so they can be generating revenue for the state instead of being sources for wasting money. The huge motorcade that we have in this state that all parts of government are using runs in several billions. But the biggest waste for me is holding down the local governments, where the chairman of local governments reside in Uyo instead of their own local governments because they are not autonomous. So from the very first day, I'll make sure that local governments are autonomous. So the minimum of 100 million naira they have every month will go to them in their local governments, and they can plug them into where it matters. Remember, our primary healthcare systems and our primary schools are directly under local governments. And if they don't have resources, that the result is very evident to see when 90% of schools in this state, the 1,250 primary schools, have no roofs, no nothing around them. So waste is the first thing, and it's really huge, and I want to trim it. And I believe that when we do this, we will have the resources to be able to pay our pensioners, which is just 23 billion naira, and also pay our workers when they work, and reward Akwa Ibom people, and give young people the opportunity to grow in different sectors in their businesses.
Thank you. Same question to the candidate of the ADC. What are the needs you have discovered?
I think that the biggest problem, which is shocking, that I've discovered is a lack of understanding of the essence of government. Government is not a reward platform. Government is a service platform where it is not about you or your ego or what you want, but service to the people. On the basis of that, we have had government over the years that concentrate on legacy projects, things that will project them, and they miss out on the essence of government and governance. We have had government who embark on a lot of things that will boost their ego, while the essence of government, which is the security and welfare of the people, is abandoned. It is on account of this that the resources, as small as it is put in the wrong direction. Not in the direction of meeting the needs of the people, but in the direction of servicing the ego of the people in office. I want Akwa Ibom people to look at our budgeting system over the past 16, 15 years. It's not about the problems of the people, it's about the legacies of the people in power. This is wrong, and it has to be addressed from first principles. You cannot talk in terms of doing things when the resources are not there. With the resources that we are having, we are still borrowing without getting the things that reach out and affect the people at the front. Let me shock you a little bit. During my campaign, I'm happy my brother talked about visiting the 329 wards. I was able to get across to over 80% of the 2,226 villages sitting down in an organized setup, 3 hours for each local government, and listening to them. And if you hear what is going on in the villages, you'll cry. And I think that the biggest problem that we have today is the graduates in the villages. They have been dehumanized. That's by far the biggest problem. And if we don't address it, when the problems come, we'll be in trouble.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Candidate of the ADP.
Thank you very much. For me, I think one of the greatest problems we have in the state is that of indiscipline. Indiscipline in the sense that people in government feel they can just do anything. And you have to understand that if you look at the Constitution, it says that it is a contract. The Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a democracy that runs on social track. So when you discover this, that the people cannot relate with their leaders, there is no accountability, there is no response to the yearnings and the challenges of the people. And when people ask questions, leadership is not responsive. It creates a gap. And so you cannot touch the people. You don't feel them. The issue of education to me is primary, because I've gone through so many schools and I discover that the population is horrendous. We need to fund education. UNESCO says between 15 to 20% of our budget should be on education. If we don't change education and fund it properly, we will still have the problem we have. And we need to educate our people to have a change of attitude and take ownership of their state and begin to become involved in what is happening every day in the state. That's why I said I will bring responsible and responsive leadership where there will be inclusiveness. Everybody will be involved. There will be no preponderance of a particular group in the state more than others. Everybody will be involved. We give everybody equal opportunity to showcase their talents and their gifts. That's what I intend to bring to the table.
Thank you very much. Candidate for the NNPP.
Thank you so much, Moderator. Let me speak in English, but
you can mix it. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Because my voters are actually Akwa people. I'm not running for president. Thank you so much. One of the provinces in China, the premier spoke. They asked him a very simple question. What are you going to do with your oil money? Because you discovered oil in your province. He says, I will channel my resources to human capital development. So when the oil will dry up, my people can take care of the site. I have spoken with 860-something thousand people. And when I ask, Stan, how many of you are rich? Not one person. The needs of Akwa people, I do say ben Akwa Ibom, Edium Bio Akwa Ibom Mandin, Kewo knows testimony Gebusha Yelego Saba. The needs of the people, we must invest in our people. Our people are poor. No way to mean their employment. A woman said to me, Garon, she was laughed at. We took him, you don't toy, wherever don't I photo. I might tear. I can someone up going somewhere. In here with him, we have to open a portal, whether you are poor or not, to give access to employment. There is poverty. The youth need to be participated. We need to engage our youth. We need to do something about poverty, hunger, unemployment, and investment in the lives of our people. It's very, very important. And we have to also bring relief to our people. We are not allowing people to participate. Our people are ruled in ignorance. Local government gets over 200 million. Some people don't even visit their local government. State government, the way they run it, no one seems to understand what they're doing. So they have cowed the people and give them lifestyle. Like the businessman that came and said, give access. The main reason for government is give access to your people to prosper. I will bring prosperity and cash flow to Akwa Ibom community so that they can also prosper. That is the needs of our people.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask permission of the chairman of the committee for the YPP candidate who is joining us virtually. We understand the internet situation in Nigeria, and giving him the same time with everyone while he's virtual, understanding there's a lag time in our YouTube and other platforms, we might as well add an extra minute to compensate for that time lag of internet. So he will have 3 minutes because he's virtual. For the YPP, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, very much, Edwin. I believe that at the party, before we came up with that manifesto, which is the positive impact agenda, we had actually carried out a need assessment to underscore the weaknesses and the strength of the Akwa Ibom project. On the weaknesses, based on our needs assessment, we discovered a low level of productivity, a high level of unemployment in Akwa Ibom, overdependence on civil service, low IGR, unproductive private sector, lack of basic amenities in our rural communities to checkmate rural urban migration. 80% of our people in rural communities are farmers. Low level of exploitations of our mineral resources because of our overdependence on crude oil proceeds, insufficient standards and skills acquisition, where even a trader or a common technician that does carpentry work is from Cotonou, high level of poverty, over-dependence on external sources for revenue, like FAC, and high level of corruption in the management of our resources. We also believe and found out our strength includes huge agricultural natural resources, growing population with enormous human capital and workforce experience, favorable investment opportunities in Akwa Ibom, the longest coastline in Nigeria, and a wide sea belt that developed and huge potentials of fish farming, abundant hydrocarbons, outside gas, and for economic and industrial. This, I believe, consulted into our coming together as a people and not using any external forces to come up with the 5 strategic new pillars under the platform of our agenda, to include number 1, the economic prosperity of our people and cultural renaissance, security and environment and tourism, agriculture and rural development because they go together, education, health and social services, of course, because they also go together, and a lot of administrative reforms that we must bring to bear in the course of carrying out this great assignment. I believe that as we go on, I'll have the privilege and opportunity of bringing more light of what we intend to do in terms of agreed timelines, what we will do in the first 100 days in office, what we equally do in the first 6 months in office, which is the medium term, and what we will do in 4 years in office. Because whatever you plan and whatever you project, then you will be properly guided. I believe that for the candidates that have presented themselves for this election, we are the most prepared because we have an answer to their problem questions. We have a solution to their problem problem because we understand the need to impact positively and also audit.
Very much. Those in the sound, please try and follow up immediately. Let's move to the second question, and we're going to turn this around. I'm going to start from the candidate of the ADP. As a candidate and for the office of governor, you should be aware of the total debt stock of Akwa Ibom. What is the debt stock of Akwa Ibom, and how do you intend to manage it while ensuring the state grows and prospers? What is the debt stock currently of Akwa Ibom State?
Thank you very much. I cannot give you the exact, but I can give you, because the government has not, all that we see is on the social media. There has been no statement as to what the actual...
According to the debt management office, there is actually a debt stock. Yes.
Okay, it's about 263 billion, about that range, but over 200 billion. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. What we intend to do is to draw a line. We'll draw the line and understand the terms of the loan and for what they were used for.
You'll borrow more money.
I beg your pardon?
You're going to borrow more money. Are you?
No. I'm not saying. I said we'll rule a line.
But will you borrow more as the governor?
Listen, we have, if you listen to what I said, we are not involved in borrowing. What we intend to do is to utilize the resources of Akwa Ibom State to build an economy and create wealth for our people in partnership with the private sector. What we intend to do is to bring private initiative in the way of doing government business. That is how business is done world over. You bring people that will partner with government, with what you have on ground, to run the developmental processes, programs in the state. For instance, agriculture. I've talked about the palm oil, for instance. That is a very strong area because we intend to create prosperity using the palm oil as a template. 200 seedlings, mature seedlings, which occurs in 3.5 years, will give you an income of 3.5 million to 5 million every year. And this continues for about 30 years. Yes.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the candidate of the AAC. Same question. What is Akwa Ibom's debt stock as reported by the Debt Management Office?
I think, Mike, Excellency is very correct.
Very
it's about
correct.
260 billion, but we might not know what the statistics is at the moment until it's
That's at
released by the
2022.
state.
Okay, go
Yes.
ahead. How do you plan to make sure that we work on that debt stuff?
First, we have to invest in our people, stop borrowing, and when our people grow economically and pay taxes, we will be able to pay off the debt. Thank God debt can be restructured. What I would not do would be to take the resources of Akwa Ibom State to be paying debt immediately I get in office, because of the level of poverty in the state, as His Excellency said. When you want to create 100,000 jobs every month, it means you have to prioritize the people, prioritize key sectors, healthcare, education, agriculture, and these things cost money. Even though we'll have partners, Exim Bank, World Bank, International Development Bank, all the other partners that want to see us grow, we need to understand that realistically, we will need to take from our pocket to make ourselves grow before we can start paying debt. So my hope is that we will get our farmers, especially, to create 50,000 jobs in these areas, get our teachers, scale our industries in healthcare, and make people come in here to enjoy the services, pay taxes, export our food, export our creative and cultural products across the world, give our young people opportunities on the internet so they can create. Remember, even if we create 100,000 jobs, in 4 years it's 400,000. 8 years is 800,000. But 3.2 million people are out of work. So that means we will use the internet to give young people the opportunity to have jobs and provide services and products across the world. And these are taxable. That way we will be able to generate revenue to pay off our debt in time. I am very confident we'll be able to do that in our first 4 years, and beyond that, move into serious growth.
Thank you. Candidate for the NNPP, please.
Thank you very much. I think the debt is about 300 billion. And it was unnecessary to borrow because of the resources that come into Akwa Ibom State. We will reschedule it. We'll try to maybe get university consultants, like economists at the University of Uyo or Calabar, so that we may have win-win. The debt should not disturb the governance or distract us. We'll get consultants to schedule it between 3-5 years moratorium so that we can function.
Will you borrow money if elected governor?
Well, let me, most economists will say it's good to borrow to do capital projects. But I wish they deviate a little bit to pay pension and gratuity. Our people are dying because the money they borrowed, they said infrastructure. What is it? Then the whole state is, look at the huge responsibility they are going to give to the incoming government. If I may ask, assuming we are trapped, no resources, let's say so, no resources, how will we pay salary? If we come to that level that we cannot operate, then salary must be paid. If need be, we borrow to pay salary. That's the truth, because we do not incur the debt. What we will do, we will talk to experts. So how do we deal with this? Can we have a window of a win-win situation with a fixed interest rate so that the state can function? That is what I think, to reschedule it and to see how to operate even with that, because government is continuous. We have to pay the debt, but we have to reschedule it. We have to take our people into consideration while we're negotiating. We will look for experts, economists. We're not looking for the university at least. We have to engage at the department at the university to be able to do that.
Thank you very much. Candidate of the ADC, same question.
Yes. When we talk about debt question, a lot of people don't understand fundamentals of debt. The very first thing is that you do debt based on your budget. It is when there's a differential between what you need and what you have that you go in debt. And before you have that differential, you have three aspects. The first is debt servicing. Then you now have capital, and then you have the recurrent. What we have, I'll give you certain specifics that will help you to know where we are. If you look at per capita, IGR per capita is about 5,000, while total debt per capita is about 40,000 in Akwa Ibom. There's a major disconnect. Why is that so? Because we run a government governance of contract and project. Because we run a bloated government that has in Akwa Ibom When you go into the recurrent, you have the running of government and salaries and wages. While salaries and wages go between 5 and 6 billion a month, running of government goes between 9 and 10 billion a month. Now, when you look at it and ask yourself, what is that for? You have servicing of the aircraft, you have the government house, you have Governor's Lodge in Akwa Ibom, in Lagos, you have Governor's Lodge in Abuja. And I ask a question, how are those things relevant to the essence of the governance of Akwa Ibom State? Zero. So what do? I reprioritize the running of government, what they've said, and I have a policy that says, number 1, stop the music. Number 2, go low profile. When you do this, you will have saved over 40% of the resources that are being wasted, on account of which you'll be able to reschedule your debt and pay them and have more money to even pay workers without having the need to borrow. It's us to understand the fundamentals of government and governance, which is lacking in our governance system, and our budgeting is very deceitful. When you come in as an honest person, you'll have more money to pay workers more and then be able to do what is the essence of government.
Thank you very much. Let's get to the candidate of the YPP. Same question. The candidate for the
Well, thank you so much. As at third quarter of 2022, the domestic debt profile of Akwa Ibom State government stood at 220 billion, and the foreign debt profile stood about 46 billion. These are the debts known to DMO. There are also other contingent liabilities that money borrowed by the present administration that is not known to DMO, but directly a responsibility of the Akwa Ibom government to pay back. And if you look at this, in combination with the debt known to DMO, the current debt profile of Akwa Ibom State government is about 400 and something billion naira. There is therefore no correlation between debt and revenue, because the same government, as in the last 7 years, earned more revenue than the previous government in 8 years. So how else do we borrow? And how else can we continue to borrow? Because ordinarily, you should be able to borrow when your revenue falls. And when your revenue is up, you should actually augment and actually part of it to pay back the borrowing, to secure the future of further generations. So I believe that as a government, there must be accountability, there must be transparency, and there must be discipline. And as a governor, it is not wrong to borrow. But for what purpose are you borrowing for? So I believe that that's why we are bringing consultative leadership approach to governance of Akwa Ibom, where we should be able to engage our people on the need, specific needs, and objective for which we must borrow.
Time is not up. Hello. Okay. I'd like to remind the candidates that we do appreciate what the candidate for the NNPP did by speaking our language, and we did understand it. The only thing we said was, please mix it. We also encourage other members to also do so, because our audiences are mostly from our state, even those who are watching us abroad. So we are going to mix it. What we are saying initially was not, don't speak Ibibio language. We said mix it with English. So as much as you can, let there be a balance, because you're trying to reach your constituents and expected voters. We're going to move these questions to the next question for economy. And I'm going to ask the candidate for the NNPP. 45.2% unemployment. Akwa Ibom is second only to Imo State, which has 48.7%. How many jobs will you generate within your first 2 years of office? And remember, the world is here, the internet never forgets. So How many jobs do you think you generate in the first 2 years?
Yes, 31,000 will be given, 1 million each.
31,000?
81,000 youth and women and youth. That will be about 31 billion, and that will be a multiplier effect.
Will you do this yearly? Will it be a yearly thing?
It's not a yearly thing. Let me explain, because we don't have time. Because it's going to be putting them together to become partners. We want to import. We want to start creating businessmen. For instance, now we are building Ibom, seaport. Mine is not Ibom, mine is Ibaka seaport. And if we don't engage in importation and trading like the Igbo people are doing, what it means is that our people will continue to be laborers, even when we have a seaport. We want to empower our people, we want to start warehousing. Someone will argue industrialization and all that, but they are not doing it. There is a UWO arrangement all over the world. People must be able to bring goods and goods to our people. They are buying from our back, and it's very expensive here, so we want to engage our people in doing that. We want to massively engage in agriculture. As you know very well, as I was a national secretary of APC, and we created a fund for rice farming. None of our people engaged in collected the loan from the central bank. A number of people have developed rice farming. So we're going to massively, we're going to agriculture in Akwa Ibom, rice, palm oil, everything and all that. So we need to, that will bring employment to our people. We need to create another opportunity for 10,000 of our people to be engaged as policemen. We need 1,000 to police our seaway, because our sea, so that we can participate. Piracy are not allowing our people to participate in our sea. We have 129 nautical miles. We have only in the whole of West Africa, they are tapping from it. Only us are not doing it because of piracy. I will tell you details. We don't have time. People who are interested, sometimes they destroy the goods of our people because they are our sponsors.
Thank you very much. Candidate for the AAC, same question. Your first 2 years, how many jobs do you plan to generate?
So I plan to generate 100,000 jobs every year directly, and 200,000 jobs indirectly. In the agri sector, we will generate 50,000 jobs. In the educational sector, 10,000. In the healthcare sector, 5,000. The tech sector, 20,000. And the creative and cultural industries, 10,000. Our young people especially will have more jobs because of the tech sector, because we look to make Akwa Ibom State the tech capital of this continent, Africa. We have the capacity to do so. Right now I'm speaking with the Taiwanese government. I was in Taiwan for 3 months to undertake the study of the Taiwan Science Park, which we hope to start immediately on first day. The 18-story building and the e-library will automatically be satellite campuses from day one, where we can start incubating businesses for young people while building the science park itself. That park is going to generate billions of dollars in this state before our government is over. So we have very huge ambition plans. Again, for young people, the Youth Development Fund that has not seen the day will see the day when we're in government. I have earmarked a 310 billion naira Youth Development Fund, the biggest even in this country. Akwa Ibom will seed it with 31 billion naira, 1 billion per local government over 4 years, so that development partners can see how serious we are, come in with the rest of the funding and services that we need to support us to build this youth development fund that will get our young people out of poverty. Remember the 3.2 million Akwa Ibomites that are out of jobs, 90% of them are young people. So when we put these resources in the state and create these direct and indirect jobs, in 4 years, we would have brought down this poverty in the state. And if God allows us to stay 8 years, we will be looking at Akwa Ibom like we look at Dubai. We have the resources. Akwa Ibom State has a GDP that's bigger than 80% of countries in West Africa, $50 billion.
Thank you. Candidate for the ADC, please.
Okay, thank you. We actually have a very specific and definite project and program. The first is that from every village, 2,226, we are taking between 10 and 15 people and putting them on vocational training. We are working with banks as development partners who are creating special desks for these people. They are trained for 3 months and a turnaround time of another 1 month for the next set to come in. And we are going to have, when you take about 10 to 15, we are going to have about 30,000 for each of the cycles. And when you have 3 cycles, we are going to talk about 100,000 direct jobs. We are expecting that each of these people will go back and engage at least 2 to 3 to 5 people. So what we are expected to meet the target to be able to address our unemployment is about 300,000 jobs per year. So the program I have meets that, and is very practical and down to earth without any ambiguity. 10 to 15 people per village, because different villages come in different sizes. That's package 1. Package 2, I don't want to be indecent. You can see that. Everybody can see it. Why was I given this? I was the consultant. I was the one that worked on them on the Akwa Ibom Youth Development Bill. I worked on it. I was not running for any office, and I made sure that we got it from the beginning to the very end. And some of the people seated in this hall can bear witness. That's when they came to honor me with this lovely T-shirt. So I'm not giving indecent exposure. Then finally, so for that bill, I won't be able to put in 30 billion because the resources are scarce. I want to start with 10 billion. My governor, Udo Emmanuel, His Excellency, will tell you that I actually did have a very robust engagement with him on this bill. He will bear me witness. The last part is for me to tell you about the Akwa Ibom, the Nigerian Youth Center, which is going to be the biggest in Africa, the biggest youth hub.
Thank you very much. Let's head to the candidate for the YPP. The candidate for the YPP, same question.
We are very certain that we'll create 250,000 jobs in 2 years, which cut across the areas of agriculture, health, education, the informal sector, the tourism and infrastructure and real estate. This is why we believe that as one of our pillars, we are launching in the first 100 days in office and within 180 days in office, the Akwa Ibom Prosperity Fund, which is a 50 billion naira trust fund, 50% of which will be controlled by the state government and will be working with other banks, development banks like the Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, Nigerian Agricultural Cooperative and Rural Development Bank, and the CBN to invest in entrepreneurship. And on the other hand, we also come to the realization that the brain of Akwa Ibom people having access to investable funds is because they have no legally binding collateral. As a result of this, we also have an approach in reforming our land management system that will allow me as a governor to sign as many COOs as possible to ensure that Akwa Ibom people have access to access these funds. These funds, I believe, and we believe collectively, will be at a single digit. So therefore, Akwa Ibom people will not have a challenge of accessing renewable funds. I also believe that as a people, and we also have industrialization using the raw material in the states, develop industrial clusters. I was the chairman of gas in the last Senate, and I can tell you, I can get gas to every industrial cluster without a pipeline. We now have virtual pipeline, just like I'm talking to you virtually, that we can get LNG and get to a point in our Ibom state where it is regas into CNG to power our industrial layout. These things are not rocket science. It is based on your life and your experience and your capacity for the international exposure to get these things done. We also believe that we will empower the informal economy operators through credit and technical assistance. We calibrate the Akwa Ibom Investment Promotion Council. It used to be active. I don't know what it is now. But we also ensure, of course, you know Ibaka is my baby. I was a member in the Government Program Administration of the Ibaka Industrial City Development Committee. If the current government has started from where we stopped, because at the time we left, we have gotten the fake approval for the OBC. All government was required to do.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, the last but not the least, the ADP candidate.
agriculture has been proven to be one area that can create jobs very quickly. And like I said, we intend to use our traditional oil palm by encouraging people to take interest in growing oil palm. Now, having said that, with 200 seedlings, in 3.5 years, you make 3.5 million to 5 million from just the fruits alone. We intend to engage the 368 wards with 30 families. Each family will give us a plot, and the government will empower them with seedlings, 200 seedlings. We've worked it out. So we're investing about 20 billion in the oil palm business to create over 50,000 jobs, engaging with the families. Of course, this sectoral intervention I talked about will build 1,550 houses. You know, in Ibibio land, what we call Ntarufo, for the poor of the poor. We've done a study and we've captured them in a net. So what we'll do is that instead of waiting for one program of a first lady to help a few people, we've identified some of these houses. We'll be able to build 50 in each of the local governments. Now, those projects will actually take place in the local government simultaneously. As an example, it's a standard design of the houses. It will have the same number of zinc for each house, the same number of windows, everything will be the same. And so those things will be delivered at the local government level. And the people that will do the work will be from the local government. When we do that for 1,550 houses, it will boost a lot of work at that level, and we'll be able to put.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
The next question will be directed, it's particularly going to start from the NMPP candidate because you have been in government. What's your take about pensions to former governors and deputies?
Well,
especially when you put it aside with the fact that retired civil servants are yet to receive gratuity and pensions running into billions of naira. If you become governor,
if I consider our
will you stop?
My time is running.
I can add 1 minute.
Okay. Yes.
Will you stop pensions?
It's not
former governors.
It's not necessary. It's because of corruption. If I consider, like our father, Ibom Victor, who worked honestly, transparently, that needs to be taken care of. A special situation like that. I was a farmer. I'm going to be the former chairman of your local government. In their own law, they said they will give me due security, or past chairman. I don't benefit from it. It's not for everyone. If you consider a man corrupt, he should be out of it. If you have a man like Ibom who has worked, the state should take care of him. But I particularly will not encourage it.
Will you cut it off?
I will cut it off. Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Yes.
Even if it will benefit you if you win.
Even if it benefits me, I will still make special preference to Ibom.
Just him.
Just a man who is not corrupt. Yeah.
All right. We have some time. Let's move over. The same question. Let's get to the candidate of the ADC.
Thank you. Hello. Any man that finishes 4 years, not even 8, in government and waits to be supported is intellectually lazy and must have been a liability to the state. It should be deleted. So do you know what it means to be a governor? You have access to the global community. You do well. You have networks. You don't need to steal a dime from the government coffers for you to be comfortable, for you to even write. If you're a good governor, you can write books, you can be called to seminars and conferences and everything. You can become an international, person based on your performance. If your performance in office was woeful and the international community cannot take advantage or cognizance of you, why would I then waste my resources of the state on somebody who was a liability to the state and probably brought the state down? It doesn't make sense. I will stop it. Before it was even announced.
How long will you take to stop it if you are
elected? Sir, I wrote about it on my Facebook page when it was done.
Will it be within your first 100?
Not first 100. The bill will be ready before I'm even sworn in.
Thank you very much. You want to add anything?
Okay, you were my time's still there. Hi, thank you, Jesus. So I think that the time has come when we really need to know who has the competence and the capacity to be a governor. We need to come to know that the office of a governor is not a reward seat where you give to people. Is where you have the highest level of profiling of the most competent to take up that office. And when that person gets into that office and performs wonderfully, the goodwill is more than enough to sustain the person. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to think again. You can see all of us here. Ask yourself, who is that person that has the competencies, the capacity, the track record, the moral rectitude to handle the affairs of your state?
Thank you very much. Let's join the candidate of the YPP.
For past governors, and then because I was the Commissioner of Finance in this state, and at the time I left in 2014, what used to be in force was maybe medical reimbursements and maybe vehicles to former governors once in every 4 years. Anything outside that is not, I will not be part of it. So if there is such a law, definitely our government will revisit it. Because, I believe our passion and our commitment will be to the welfare of our workers. We intend to build a better civil service to grow the economy of the state and pay and prioritize the entitlement of our workers. Thank you.
All right, candidate of the ADP.
I think the basic challenge here is that people have failed to understand the essence of government. Why people come into government. You see, government is not for personal aggrandizement. It's for service, and it's service before gain. Unfortunately, we've put gain before service. And to me, it's an issue of poverty of the mind, poverty of the mentality of the people. And so it's like, oh, we've come in, we just grab. It's rather very unfortunate. It is simply because a lot of people that come into governance have not had experience in private sector, or must have excelled in the private sector or in their personal life and careers. And so they see governance as a means of getting as much as possible. As for me, I will not allow these bogus pensions to continue. I will ensure that it is stopped. Now, it is not that I just want it stopped, but I want people to realize that if somebody spends 4 years and goes on with such bogus pension, what about the pensioners that have not been paid? What about the gratuities of people that have been withheld for so long? I think it is unfair and a sign of insensitivity, and to say the least, it does not show love for the people. And as such, I will not allow it to stand under my watch.
Thank you. Candidate of the AAC.
Yes, if every Akwa Ibomite is paid this pension and gratuity, then I would take an equal measure, whatever everyone is paid. But if we can't pay everyone, I don't believe that. According to what I have read, over time they are paid 200 million. You're talking about the governor, right?
Yeah, governor and deputy.
They build them a house, they pay for their driver, pay for their cook, give them to security, vehicle maintenance, fueling. How about that? You see, this is the problem in the system. These guys have stolen our past and our present. But the question today is, must we allow them steal our future too?
So you're saying if Akwa Ibomites collect pension, you will collect pension?
If every Akwa Ibomite, if Akwa Ibom has the money to pay every Akwa Ibomite a pension and gratuity, we will split it equally amongst ourselves. But if we can't, we shouldn't do it. So basically I'm saying no, we will never do that. A governor does not need to have his driver paid for, his security guard, car maintenance, fueling. What does that mean? And the cars are changed every 4 years. ridiculous. I would never do that with a clean conscience.
All right, thank you very much. We move to the second to last question, and I'm going to direct the questions to two senators because they have mentioned about this deep sea port, both of them saying it was their baby. Recently, the president commissioned the Lekki deep sea port, which is a partnership between federal government, Lagos state government, and some partners. However, the Ibom seaport has started. The idea was there long before that Lagos Lekki Sea deep sea port. What would you do to make sure it comes into play as soon as you become governor, if you become governor? Let's start with you, NMPP candidate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. We inherited it. As you know, I was a member of the NPA board. It's all politics. Which one will be viable, which one will not be viable. If we allow Akwa Ibom with deep sea port, what will happen is a politics. Therefore, we will connect with our friends to make sure that Ibaka, mine is not Ibom, Ibaka seaport.
Which friends are we talking about?
All over Nigeria. There are things, we use my political connection. Use my to make it a reality. As you know, during our 10 years when we actually got the license, we will make sure that we build it, it will be functional. What I mean is, for instance, now I have friends that can get things done in terms of finance, whatsoever we will need to make sure that Ibaka seaport is built. I will do it.
All right.
I will do it.
Thank you, sir. Let's come to the YPP candidate before we head to gentlemen here. Same question.
I believe that before we left the last administration, we had gotten the Federal Executive Council approval for the OBC, which was initially business case for Ibaka seaport. All that was required was for the state government to award the contract, the road contract, right into Ibaka seaport to underscore government's commitment towards actualization of that project. So what I will do as a governor and my team will be to go back to the original plan of Ibaka seaport, and not just Ibaka seaport, the entire Ibaka industrial city, because we keep emphasizing on Ibaka seaport, and we forget the fact that the main catch is Ibaka industrial city master plan that was done by one person. So I believe, to underscore our commitment, we also start the immediate training and retraining of our people in readiness for the takeoff of Ibaka seaport. Our people must be trained in areas such as oceanography, naval architecture, marine engineering, maritime safety and dockyard management, seafaring, logistics and management. And this will form the basis. This will form the basis for the takeoff of Ibaka seaport. So I believe that Ibaka seaport is a reality and will be a reality, because it will be a trump card for making Akwa Ibom State the destination of choice for investors. Thank you.
Let's come to the candidate of the ADC.
Sir, I will say this, and it will shock a lot of people. I am one of the very few people in this state that has deep institutional memory of all the governments, because I have been direct friend of the government from the beginning. I can tell you the story of Ibaka deep sea port. The first day I got into the office of my governor, the current governor, it had to do with that, and I know why there was a problem, why it was stalled, and I will tell you that there is a lot of deceit in government. There's a lot of insincerity in government. There's a lot of personal interest in government.
And I think everybody, they should look beyond all this grammar that we speak. Look into the heart of every single person wanting to be your governor and know who is sincere. Because unless we come to run an open governance where sincerity is put above personal interest, we will never make progress in this state. We will always toy. There was a reason why architect Ibom Victor Atta had that university, of technology, and why it was that way. That concept was jettisoned. Each person comes, does something else, and we fail to understand why it was done in the first instance. We don't put the interest of the state first. We put our personal interest far and above the state interest, and that's not the essence of government. The story of Ibaka is a sad story because there are fundamentals in a deep sea port. There were agreements reached. There were approvals received. Why was it changed from Ibaka to Ibom? What were the reasons? Why can't we put these things out and let everybody see if we are honest and sincere? Why are we crowded in all these mysteries and all this secrecy? We need to start to look at the people who want to be your next governor and see who is honest and sincere. We are who we are. A dog is a dog. A cat is a cat. When you expect a cat to bark or a dog to meow, the problem is not with the cat or with the dog. The problem is you, because you should know better. As we stand here, Akwa Ibom knows who we are and who is going to be honest and sincere. Whatever story that we tell about the Ibaka, until we come and tell ourselves the honest truth, we will not make progress as a people.
ADP.
Like I said in my opening page, that God has blessed Akwa Ibom State with natural assets. I mentioned Ibaka Deep Sea Port, which is actually a natural deep sea port that is about 15 to 18 meters deep around the Dumpshot Island. Well, it's very simple. Kano has a port, we all know, it's a dry port, which means you can actually sit in Kano and export, and sit in Kano and receive goods. Why wouldn't Akwa Ibom, a natural deep sea port, not have a port? For me, it's a task that must be done, and I've looked at it. We don't need to go with those highfalutin stuff. 100-meter length of quays, another 100 square meters of platform for containers, administrative building, 3 cranes. You open up the road, east-west road, and join the section 5 of the east-west road that goes to Ibom and the rest to the north. Ibaka's deep sea port is on. It doesn't require so much. And of course, there are some companies, there are some organizations. If there is the first piling in Ibaka, all these lots will be subscribed. So as far as I'm concerned, the approval was gotten during Jonathan's administration for Ibaka Deep Sea Port. The challenge they had was because they had to change the name to Ibom Deep Sea Port. And of course, it wasn't approved as Ibom Deep Sea Port. We'll go back to Ibaka Deep Sea Port, which is actually what we want.
All right. I understand the NMPP candidate has a rebuttal, but I'll pause on that and return to you. Let's have what the AAC candidate has to say. And remember, you have room for rebuttal. Your rebuttal is a minute. You have room for rebuttal to respond to what another candidate has said. But let's have you, and then we have the NMPP's rebuttal.
I'm sorry to say, I will not put a penny of Akwa Ibom money in the deep sea port. I won't. But if the federal government is ready to do it, I will support the federal government with everything they need, because the powers to make that deep sea port work is not in our hands. The truth is, Lagos is successful with their seaport because they have infrastructure. They have roads. We don't. So assuming the seaport is ready today, do we produce anything in Akwa Ibom that we can export? No. Lagos has industries. So we will depend on the east and the west to come in. Do we have the roads? So even if we repair all the roads in Akwa Ibom State, how about the ones from Aba all the way down? Do they have the roads? And even if the roads were available, what about the security? So when you look at opportunity cost and the hundreds of billions, trillions needed to get a seaport to work, go and find out what's happening in Lagos, you realize that it is better for us to develop our people until we see the need for that seaport to be available, which would not be less than 20 years from now. The goods that we need, we can bus them. We can use the transport networks that are available to sell our agri-products, to get here in Akwa Ibom for people to take advantage of our healthcare sector and all other sectors. People talk about deep sea ports and they make it very interesting, like, oh yeah, let's get it done because everyone is doing. Just like the airport, just like Ibom Airline, which is running in millions of dollars. How much do we maintain it, even if the planes were to be filled every time? With opportunity cost, I know if I put 40 billion in the lives for Akwa Ibom people in the agri sector, we would get back 400 billion within a year because of the seasons. How long would we put in the billions? The hundreds of billions we've put in the seaport till today, which is pure grass until now, what have we seen? This deep seaport is important, but it's not a priority.
Thank you very
much. So we'll prioritize Akwa Ibom.
AAC candidate, the rebuttal from the NNPP candidate.
Irage Bopo Akwa Ibom Airport, only runway, Agaba. Whether you have industrial estate, whether you have a road to the seaport, build the seaport first. Build the seaport first. Then the rest will follow. I'm Ibom safe as a member of NPA board, none of them. I know what I'm talking about. I know the politics behind the seaport. I will get it done.
Any other rebuttal from any of you gentlemen?
Let me just say something. You see, it's all about socialization, relationship. It's not rocket science. Nigeria belongs to all of us. And it is important that we step up in terms of the politics. Let us ride above the waters. If Akwa Ibom people decide to come together, Ibaka Deep Sea, I've checked it. It is doable. I'd said it in a different program, that in fact, within my first year, Ibaka Deep Sea Port will be operational. If Kano could have a port without water, why don't we have one?
All right. Okay. Two of you, go ahead.
Yes. Please, I want people to really pay attention to this. Because except we get this foundation right, we'll just be running around in circles. There is too much of major fundamental decisions concerning state that are taken based on personalized levels. For a man who is going to be in office for 4 years, maximum 8 years, that is why one of the most fundamental things that I'm bringing to the table is what I call Vision 2050. We have to stop this, my program, my vision, my this. And once I leave, it lives with me. We've had the same government in this state since the year 2000, 1999. Please tell me one thread that has run across it. The closest that we can have to it is Lagos State, but then it revolves around one man. When that man is no longer on the scene, what will Lagos be? We need to have a situation, which is one of the most important things I want to do in this state, which is create an agenda that is not done by me. Bring Architect Obong Victor Atta, let him bring all the divides of this state together. APP, ANPP, ADC, everybody to
Thank you very much.
forge an
Thank
agenda
you very much,
for us.
AAC, final rebuttal.
5 local governments overlooking the Atlantic. Right now, our people can't fish. They can't do seafood business because of terrorists taking over their boats. They can't even afford to pay 6 million to buy the flying boats. You know why? Look, seafood is more expensive in Uyo market than it is in Adamawa because the ecosystem belongs to foreigners. Our people need to be empowered to do business, to grow. The poverty in this state cannot afford us to be doing projects that are bogus in trillions. You look at the figure and you become realistic. We need to get people out of poverty. 80% of people can't feed. They beg to buy recharge card on phones, to pay rent, to send their kids to school. What are you talking? So when they talk about these things and they talk about airlines, who is flying it? Let's set up the businesses first. Let the federal government continue with their deep sea ports. If they want to do things here, I'll support them as a state, but I won't put a penny in it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, candidate for the AAC. No, we have only one rebuttal. We have only one rebuttal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still the Akwa Ibom Governorship Debate 2023. I think we'll take that short break and we'll return for the second part questions on education. Let's have the candidates stretch their legs a little bit. When we get back from that, we'll go straight into education and the health sector. So we return to our partner radio and TV stations in the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Ladies and gentlemen, please quickly have your seats. Candidates, we want to have a signing quickly. We want to have a signing quickly, and then we continue with the second part of our questions. All radio stations, please get ready to return to the broadcast. All candidates, please can you return to the podium? Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Okay. Still 6 o'clock. Never reserved it. Okay, I'll target it. I promise. He said 157.
Every day, I'm on a jolly. As the money day, we go shale wale. Every day, I'm on a jolly. Here we go now.
We no one case, we just one vibe. We no one fight for the show. If you don't craze, put me outside. Carry your calo. If you get paid, hold them tight. Cause we want sweet job, the groove. We want sweet.
Sister from Dakada, Akwa Ibom, Advocacy. She know you know, sir. Me photo run to your T-Connect when from Dakada, Akwa Ibom, Advocacy. I put down now about the one you want, now the one concern. If you came Dakada, Akwa Ibom, Advocacy. The young Nigerian, Nigerian,
I'll give you my yeah, before I leave. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, quickly, can we have our seats, please? Everyone, please, we are not done with the debate. It's not a good time to leave, please. Can we have our seats? Quickly, we have a signing to do. And when we are done with that signing, we go straight into the question of education. We're going to do that signing with all the candidates. Can we all have our seats, please? We want to finish this as quick as possible. I'd like to run quickly. We have education, we have health, entertainment, infrastructure, and sports, and we'll close off. But we need to do a signing. All the candidates will sign quickly, and then we go straight into the questions. Can we have everyone sit, please? Everyone be seated. Please, everyone have your seats, please. Everyone, please be seated. We believe the only people who should be standing should be the press. Quickly, let's have that done. Everyone that is seated, standing, please sit, except you are a pressman. Can we have this signing done in the next 2 minutes, please? 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. As regards the signing, it's good to set the background and for all of the respective candidates to understand what they're signing into. Policy Alert has a long history of partnership with the NUJ and the media in general. Policy Alert, for those of us in Akwa Ibom, is a non-governmental organization working on fiscal ecological justice at the subnational level in the Niger Delta, especially. So we seek to see accountable institutions, sustainable communities, and enlightened citizens. Why are we here today? We are here to see that governorship candidates contesting the 2023 elections in Akwa Ibom State commit to the open government partnership. What do we mean by open government partnership? It's a multilateral initiative and an innovation that supports national and subnational efforts to improve transparency, accountability, and participation of citizens in governance. Nigeria joined OGP in 2016 as the 70th country, and so far it has implemented 2 national action plans, and currently one of the action plans is yet to be approved. The 3rd action plan is yet to be approved by the president. At the subnational level, we know that of the 36 states and the 774 local government areas, over 70% of the federally allocated revenues goes to the subnational government, and this poses a serious accountability issue. For us in the Niger Delta, we take this very, very important because the Niger Delta has received so much oil and gas revenue, and we currently have issues of accountability and transparency. So the importance of today's governorship debate is to see that the governorship candidates that have respected this august occasion put the necessary commitments to, first and foremost, accept citizens to participate in government, accept to be accountable, and accept to see that other people who are not socially included in governance process are part of this. So we also have, we want the governorship candidates who are present to sign onto the Open Government Manifesto alongside with the other signings that our fellow partners in YAF and UFC are also here to sign. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, as the candidates step forward to begin to sign some of the documents that we have there, it's important that we intimate them on what they are signing. And one of those documents, apart from the Open Government Manifesto, is the Akwa Ibom Youth Demand Charter. Over the couple of months, we had young people converge to ideate and come up with what they think that the next government should prioritize, and this culminated into the document that we call the Akwa Ibom Youth Demand Charter, and it had a couple of key acts ranging from different sectors such as health, education, agriculture, climate justice, economic development, technology, innovation and creative, peace and security, transportation and infrastructure development. This was possible with the funding that we got from ActionAid, and the activity was coordinated by Clement Song Foundation, and we had partners such as Nigeria Youth Council of Nigeria, Youth Development Cluster, the Akwa Ibom Civil Society Forum, and the Nigerian Union of Journalists. So it is important that we are going to be tracking the commitments that the candidates are making as they get to sign this document. We're going to be tracking their success, their progress on each of these thematic areas, which of course includes the Akwa Ibom Youth Development Fund bills, a lot of expectation of funding for each of the thematic area. So I'm going to invite Yosi also to quickly, if you still have to, okay, if there's no need. Okay, FACE initiative.
Okay, for UFC, we, under the EVIP project, we are presenting a peace accord. So we have it just there for all the parties that whatever the outcome of the election, pre, during, and post-election, that we will all maintain peace and have this unity and coordination of purpose even after the polls. Thank you.
Okay, for FACE initiative, the signing there has to do with inclusive Nigeria, governance agenda for inclusive Nigeria, which has to do with the key components that concern persons with disability, women, and the youths. So it is a pathway on recommendations for whoever that will image the governor of Akwa Ibom State to use that as a guide. And also Vote Not Fight Election Reward campaign. It is also a signage and a pledge to ensure and make people to understand that during, before, and after election, that you will ensure that there will be peace during the election. Thank you.
Youth Alive Foundation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the final goodwill message from one of the partners while the sign is going on. Please help me welcome the Executive Director of Youth Alive Foundation, Dr. Odwak Akpan, as she comes to share her goodwill message and, of course, the demands from the foundation. Thank you.
All right, after that, we quickly follow.
Good evening, everyone. It's exciting to be here, and as a youth-focused organization, for us, youths are priorities. We want to know what candidates have in store for youths, and that's why included in this charter too is a state youth policy. A state like Akwa Ibom State doesn't have a state youth policy. It needs to be treated. Two of the candidates have mentioned Akwa Ibom Youth Development Fund bill, and this has been on the governor's table for almost 4 years. We worked for 4 years since 2014 to get it passed in 2019. And so we are interested in youth policy. We don't want reactive planning and activities for youth. There must be a strategic vision and plan for what the government will do for Akwa Ibom youth. So that if we are training and whatever we are doing around agriculture, around ICT, we know that it's part of the plan and is working towards an end, which is documented in a policy and in a plan. So we are asking that candidates need to look at youth development and empowerment as a priority, but not based on a knee-jerk reaction, but a plan that you can plan for the next 20 years where you think Akwa Ibom youth will be. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the candidates that came out for a debate. It shows that you respect the people of Akwa Ibom. For those that didn't come, I don't know why, because luckily for us in Akwa Ibom State, we are blessed. We have healthy candidates who have no cognitive impairment. The Akwa Ibom people came to listen, and I really want to appreciate the candidates, the 5 candidates that came out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Candidates, if you're done signing, please return to your podiums. We'll need to run quickly. We have a time limit. Really need to appreciate all the candidates for taking that step to sign. I believe the candidate for the YPP would also be approached to sign as well, and if the APC or PDP candidate would make themselves available. A candidate of YPP has a representative signing, great. And if the PDP and APC can find themselves anywhere, we would also give them to sign as well. We're going to move straight to the questions. Don't forget, it's still the Akwa Ibom Governorship Debate 2023, organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Akwa Ibom State Council. We also have our partners and our sponsors. We appreciate them as well. Candidates, please return to the podiums. Let's go ahead and hit the nail on the head with the rest of our questions. The document will be taken by the chairman of the party for YPP to be delivered to the candidate himself, who is virtually present but physically absent, but we appreciate the fact that he is with us. All right, let's quickly go into the next set of questions revolving around education, infrastructure, health, and security. The rules still apply, and I believe our partner radio stations are hooked up to the broadcast. The Mix FM here in Uyo, Inspiration FM, Excel FM, Premium FM, Redemption FM, ABN Television, Spectrum Television, Tansio FM, Nigerian Television Authority, Comfort FM, Planet FM, as well as Atlantic FM. Thank you very much. NUJ is also streaming this live on their social media handles, so you can share it with your friends who are not present. Thank you very much. Also, I see the candidates for the AAC, the ADC, NNPP have returned. Candidate for the ADP is also here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's return to the questions. Welcome back. I am still the moderator, Sami Ajufo. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next set of questions. Gentlemen, we still apply, the rules apply, and I want to really appreciate you for this wonderful interaction. It's been insightful. I really appreciate, I'm honored to be here. We're going to be delving into two questions that have no I wouldn't say structure, but they have no category. And if you are elected governor of Akwa Ibom State, my first question will go to the candidate of the ADP. What do you think about the cashless policy? What do you think? Your opinion, we need your opinion now. What do you think about the cashless, this withdrawal policy of the CBN? What's your opinion?
I think it's an excellent policy because we realize that when a lot of officials handle money, that's where the problem is. When it is cashless, you can track it. We will no longer have Ghana must go back moving. We will not have the under-table dealings. It will be possible for every income of government to be recorded. So I am of the opinion that the cashless policy should actually be strengthened. The infrastructure should be in place so people don't have challenges in accessing resources, making transfers, and making payments, as the case may be. So there are just two things. Yes, the idea of cashless policy is excellent. The challenge people will have is if they experience difficulties in concluding transactions. So I feel that the infrastructure to run it should be improved.
What of this withdrawal policy? Federal government saying 20,000 at the ATM, and people are finding it difficult to return their old notes. What's your opinion about that?
Well, it is just a failure of the system in the sense that people are given responsibilities and they don't live to it. And because there are no consequences for bad behavior. When there are consequences for bad behavior, people will sit up and do what is right.
AAC, what do you think is the problem with, do you think it's from the banks or the federal government? People are looking for the new notes, people are trying to return old notes. People are saying the banks are at fault, people are saying it's from the CBN. Some people are saying politicians are taking all the money. What's your opinion?
I don't have enough information to give an adequate answer. I believe it's a federal government issue, but I think holistically the project has not been implemented properly, and the government should look at ways to, if we are talking about cashless policy, for example, there are loads of questions, like how would 75% of people in the informal sector operate? They buy in cash and sell in cash in the communities, they save in cash. We don't have banks in many of the local governments. GTB Bank has only 2 branches in Akwa Ibom State. So when you talk about cashless policy, where is the infrastructure? So a lot of questions are there to be answered. I think our people are still dealing in cash, and we should make cash available. But beyond that, I don't have any more data to support my argument.
Thank you. Candidate for the NNPP.
We should not be afraid of change. Change is quite difficult to admit, to assimilate, to internalize. How difficult that would be is of member. It I give me a change from a world film to work Nasia, complain against Baba. The world is growing. Look at Abim Makara. Well, you hardly will see $500. I'm going to again here 1,000. No, we can get the infrastructure out of the problem now. We might solve that initial problem. There is nothing wrong with it. Ayanya, maybe me so we pass out. Say, he can win your for a we would do over. If it's already down to a point that we would transfer I-trace finally. We must admit it. We must get used to it. Again, a long time ago. Manziro afraid of Manzia made the election 50,000. He has come to stay. Akwa Ibom made elected with some more. This is a policy that must come to stay. Akwa Ibom made elected with some more. Before now, fake of the new note circulating. What kind of country is it? We must get to it. I want to commend the president for standing firm on that policy. I do infrastructure I do developed. Now I see everywhere. The initial problem. Maybe something that we must do. If you remember that tall man who came here, most of these people, those young guys who are looking for business to do, how to completely software development. Iba has a woman and a network about because William Yagawan and network about everywhere. I want to tell you, I made it take twice. You must come to stay.
Thank you very much. Is the candidate for the YPP still with us? The candidate for the YPP is still with us. I'd like to put that question to him before we get to the candidate of the ADC.
I'm here.
All right, sir.
All right, sir. All right, sir. All right, sir. All right, sir. For me, I support it in totality because we used to have trade by barter, where we used to exchange goods for goods, and then it now came to where we had a cash economy. Then we had cards as a cash medium of exchange. Now we have digital currency because the entire world has gone digital. So I support this policy in total, and based on the information of the CBN, when you have 2.8 trillion cash in the system, not within your control, and within the period of this policy, 1.3 trillion has been returned to CBN, 1.5 is still outstanding. When you cannot control the money supply within your system, you cannot control inflation. So I believe it's a standard policy, just like Senator Odede has actually stated. People have started away billions of naira just to use in buying the elections. So Mr. President has spotted wise that the only legacy he can leave for us as a country is to give Nigerians an opportunity to express their will in the coming elections. Once the elections are over, there will be enough new notes. So I support the totality. Where there is no pain, there is no gain. Nigeria is moving toward a cashless economy, and that's the way to check insecurity, that's the check banditry, and that's the way to check corruption. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much for that. Gentlemen, candidate for the ADC.
I think without a doubt, God is bending over backwards to make sure that I am the next governor. Because I bet more say electoral act award we be name ko ifegaba. Number 2, who can go see my gikono ko ifigibon ibi kamina vote buying. Ya am transfer because it am a mini method of making sure give me tracks. So
So ba te ba se bo mbomi ngai to gai mbomi kisong amim kenembo amen to that one. Number one. Number two, mbomi just to demonstrate came into cashless policy candidate. Ami bongs ne for me in my bank account. No no ways we buy and transfer no. Mbomi bank account number me. You understand me? Because this thing is funded, my campaign is funded by the 2,000 naira, 100 naira, 200 naira of the people. You understand me? Those who had a call, is now useless. Those who can even come in bank because of what you are doing. And please, Nitoeka, able to extend this in by 1 or 2 days, and you're in there, okay? But a woman of 1 billion, able to get in Kepan, because I'm out war. SSS able 220 million get account that more this 1 billion adi. Go on. Ya code don't get suck away embarrass away. You understand me? Because I will mark any comma. Ibo back at this young Ben car bank. So Monsiri Ben car bank, it means that came my can explain any code. Some boy was a negative Buhari. How we change the deadline? Can we change deadline? They are not before election. After election, maybe they can look at it. But before election, can we?
Okay, you have a rebuttal. All right. By the way, the deadline has been shifted to February 10.
Yes, of course, I support the cashless policy, but I'm just saying it has to be gradual. Putting it within the context of politics alone is not nice. Just thinking of politicians and people doing politics are cutting money. About 200 million, 190 million Nigerians are doing businesses. They are dependent on money, and the infrastructure is not there. Yes, Mr. Presidency has done well, but there are temper justice with mercy. Let the infrastructure be there. Let's do this thing gradually. I know what people are going to. POSs are selling you money now. When you go to take out 1,000, they give you, is it not 200 they charge now instead of 100? Because you want to collect new money. So within the context of politics, I understand the cutting of using money to buy votes and everything, but compared to 200 million Nigerians, where 190 million are suffering, doing businesses every day that are dependent, selling cattle, agri people, or even, how about that? Let there be some level of, let's not, let this fire service approach that we do in this country needs to be, managed a bit. This is my take.
That's your take. Rebuttal.
Yeah.
Any candidate that wants to give a rebuttal, please just raise your hand and I'll give you the opportunity. NNPP, quickly.
Thank you so much. The political aspect is 0.1. The political aspect of this policy, too much money pursuing dollars. And that's why things are difficult. And globally, dollars, they will say, come and negotiate. The main issue why the federal government is doing this, because look at the dollars, how it triples its values in Nigeria. Naira will have been wasted. That's the main policy. Outside the issue of politics, which I'm not going to overflow. Governance. Like we are aspiring to become governor. Africa saying in the army, when you are faced with a problem, when you sit down as a governor, you don't have the experience, there are a lot of demands pulling. Therefore, one, we say for the economic, for the growth of our economy.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's quickly move to my next question, which is about the concept that has been tied around governors, and it's called that magic word, security votes. If elected as governor, what will you do with that security votes? Let's start with ADP.
Just like the word goes, security vote. Because you see, the Constitution, Chapter 2, Section 14, Subsection 2A, says that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. And so it is captured as a document for which I need to execute. And the last portion of the oath of office of the governor says, I will dedicate my life to the service and well-being of the people. So help me God. I signed to execute. Now, what it means is that the man in boat fishing, or the lady, the old woman in Orwan and farming, should be protected. Her farm should be protected from cows. The man fishing should be protected from pirates.
What will you do with that security?
So that's what I will do, to use the security vote to secure the state.
How? What do we mean by secure? That term.
Okay.
Will you buy cars for the police that governors have been doing?
I would, security is local. I'll start from the grassroots, in the sense that every family in the village will contribute a member to a team of security men that will interface with the police to control and carry out surveillance in the village. The villagers will know the new person, the new face in the village. They will do it in such a way that the inter-village borders are policed. Then, of course, we will support the police, we will support the Navy, we will support all that is required by giving money to the security agencies like the police and the Navy.
Thank you
That's
very
what
much.
I use the money for.
AAC. Same question. What will you do with that security vote?
I think the last I heard, the security vote in Akwa Ibom is about 2 billion a month. So we will use that generally in developing community policing in Akwa Ibom State.
The entire 2 billion?
No, not at all, of course. We will work with the village heads and the clan heads to make sure that the security infrastructure in our communities will be well developed to work in partnership with the security agencies, the police, and all the rest of them. But of course, a large chunk of that money will be used in youth development projects, because first, when you look at the restiveness in our communities as a result of lack of employment and lack of access to support systems, so we will use a large chunk of the fund, which would be 3/4 of it, because 2 billion is a lot of money, to build systems to support young people, especially in communities, in the different sectors of development that I've mentioned, so that we can, in 24 billion, which is what we'll get in a year, make a large, reasonable amount of development happen in our communities, working with local governments. Presently, I don't know how the money is being spent in this state, but when I get into office, I'll be able to study what has been done in the past and change the momentum going forward.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move to the candidate of the NNPP.
Thank you very much. I have been privileged to have used security vote before as a minister in the FCT. The security vote will be used, my own in Akwa Ibom will be used, one, to give women market money, free market money, to restore their businesses. Number two, all the police force that are working in our state will be on special salary. Special salary. Number three, the village head, the part of the security vote will be shared to the village heads. That is what I will use security vote for. One, the definition of security globally is for employment, for food, access to food. Because when people are hungry, when things are difficult, people will go to crime. It's not just to carry gun alone that is security. Security is food security. There are certain needs. Basically, I don't want to go theory. I'm a sociologist. I will bring the Maslow theory. Everyone should know that one. Basic needs. Even the United Nations came with a Millennium Development Strategy. What are those things that you have to do for human being? They classify them. Therefore, umo security vote now wagado no iban kembo ne song ya ege mega nyamura ege nyama me sing a part of it no iban ya nyamura kem from ye may reform the grand free so that we can restore the family back. And I feel police iba kusongen na ike na wado FCT. For instance, now we give police 30,000 naira, we give it right. We will bring a special allowances for all our police so they can be safe. Equip them now in Security America. That is what we will do. And I'm in the policy of fourth-tier government. Fourth-tier government, which I know you're going to ask me, I will explain how it works. The security is in the villages. Family is in security, we know Mombo. Village is in security, we know Mombo. We have give them security vote to be able to maintain the villages. That is what we will do, security vote.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the candidate of the ADC, and then we connect to the YPP candidate. Sir.
Thank you, sir. About 2 years ago, when I did my birthday, one of the special guests that I had was Alhaji Akwa. So he came to Uyo and he spent 3 days with me. And it was during that period, he looked at what I was doing and he said, this is possible because I did it in Kano. What am I saying? You see, I have what they call social governance ideology. I'm one of the few Nigerians, dead or alive, that has been able to bring out a political ideology that is being studied at the national level. It's called social governance ideology. Now, in this ideology, we concentrate on what they call rural development, because social governance is a bottom-to-top approach to governance and development with the primary objective of bringing the citizens out of offices. Poverty. One of the main packages that we have is called the village stimulation policy, and this has been documented for over 6 years, long before I started this dispensation. What is that? We are carrying 500,000 naira and putting in every village every month. That is 2,226 villages. If you multiply that out, it gives you about 1.1 billion. Some people say, where will you get that money from? That is about half what our governors get every month as security vote. So that is where I will bring this money into. This is not giving to village heads as security. No, no, no. It is money that you get into the village. Number one, all rural roads must be graded. Number two, they must be maintained. Number three, the people maintaining it must be on salary. Number four, all the women, the widows who get it, they will be given at least 5,000 naira every month, because they now become in the door government. Those are very well defined, well set out ways of using that money. The rest of the money is in a pool where the police have need. When they have such needs, let them make a request of it. Let it go through the House of Assembly.
Thank you very
so
much.
that there's a documentation for it.
YPP candidate, please. Same question. And then we move to the question of local government autonomy.
If that the issue is not in the security vote, because we must fight insecurity, we must maintain and sustain the security. But the issue is relating your security vote in line, in relative to the cash flow available to running government. I don't think I will maintain a humongous security vote when my people are hungry, or when gratuity has not been paid. Because in fighting hunger, you are fighting insecurity. So I believe that the concept of security vote is good, because it must be sustained and it must be maintained. But the onus is that it must be relative to the cash available to run the government. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Right, gentlemen, we are going to talk about the question of rebuttal. Okay, go ahead.
This concept of humongous security vote, I'm not aware of it, but I'm yet to see it. But it's very important that we realize that the security of the people in any form is of utmost importance. It wouldn't have been inserted in the Constitution. And so, thank goodness we have retired officers, core officers in the state. One of the things we'll do will be to bring these retired officers together to help us bring their expertise, their knowledge, to be able to advise government on how to place state safe, and this requires resources to fund. It is very, very important, and we need to use security vote to ensure the security of the state.
Thank you. Any other rebuttal? Let's move to the next question quickly. If any of you is elected governor, this conversation about local government autonomy, the president has signed it, the governors are against it. If you are elected governor of Akwa Ibom State, will you grant local government autonomy? Will you allow local governments to receive money directly from the federal account and let them use it for whatever purpose they want to? Let's start with the AAC candidate.
I mentioned that before when I started. Of course, 60% of people in this state live in rural areas, and the local government control primary sectors, whereas primary schools, primary healthcare sectors, and a lot of other development areas in communities. Now, every local government in Akwa Ibom State has a minimum of 100 million allocated to it every month. But you see, the state government sits on it and keeps the rest of them, giving the chairman 5 million or whatever after they pay the salaries. This is why the local government chairmen all live in state capitals, and that is why our communities are majorly suffering. So what we intend to do from day one is make sure we allow these people have access to this funding, and we work in partnership with them to get communities to develop. It's a very big problem right now, and it's a priority to me. Trust me, a problem heard is a problem solved. 50% of the problem will be solved by just listening. And when the people in the communities don't have people to even speak with, how do they develop? How do they get there? How do they feel government right at that level? So the first thing I intend to do is make sure I fight for the freedom of local governments. And the reason is, when you look at our budget, for example, it is very skewed when you look at the capital expenditure in local governments. You see, Uyo has about 900 and something, 93 billion naira allocated to it in Uyo senatorial district. Most of the other local governments have less than 10, 15, 50 million. In fact, the whole of the Oro nation combined has less than 1 billion allocated to it in capital expenditure. Whereas the other local governments in Eket senatorial district have 80-something, 60-something million allocated to them. So this allocation will never allow us to develop unless we allow local governments have their funds and actually plug them to where resources are needed, and we use state resources as well to support
YPP
them.
candidate, please. The YPP candidate, same question to you. What about local government autonomy?
I think for me, I've always been a proponent of a postulation that says to develop the third tier of government, you must not strangulate them financially. But the onus is on that you must also understand the context within which the metropolitan local government. Take, for example, in Akwa Ibom, you have Uyo, you have Ikot, you have Ibom, you have Eket, you have. These are all local government because of their metropolitan nature. Carries a huge weight for them. So I believe in local government autonomy, but we must address holistically the issues of collective salaries, pensions of civil servants, then after which the money is released in terms of operating the autonomy. And I believe that you cannot function properly without the third tier of government. Yes, there is a constitutional imbalance where the concept of local government is left for the states to anchor. So working collaboratively, we will as a government ensure that there is effectiveness, there is efficiency, and there is productivity on that tier of government without hurting any part. So I strongly believe in the autonomy of the third tier of government, but we must look at the concept of holistic salary payments for all the civil servants in that cadre.
To the ADC candidate quickly.
I want to be judged in saying things based on what I've said over the years. In social governance ideology, Fundamental 6, it has 7 fundamentals. Fundamental 6 says that social governance believes in massive investment in the rural areas for their development and transformation. One of the greatest evils that we've done local government is failing to allow their autonomy. I subscribe to local government autonomy from day one. But there are certain fundamentals I'm going to put in place. I'm not going to allow you to waste the money because the state government money is part of the local government money, if you know how the joint account is all about. So as a result, I am going to be the governor, and I say this on my own, and I want everybody to hear that it's going to have a liaison office in every local government in this state, 31, and I must spend one night minimum in each local government every year. We have 31 local governments. I have 54 nights So minimum one night. I go there on Friday, I stay there that night. We come down to make sure that the resources of the people go down to the grassroots and affect the local people. There can be no industrialization, there can be no peace, there can be no development until we are able to take care of the foundations, and the foundations are the local governments, and the local governments have to be autonomous for them to operate in a way that even the people there are resourceful and productive and feel that they are part of the system. Right now, they feel that Uyo is government.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. NNPP. Thank you so much. The problem with local government system is it's very complicated because all the senior civil servants, because of the metropolitan, you need a sincere, committed willpower to say let it develop. We must bring nurses to have you in, have doctor in. They are flying out of our country. They must earn per hour. There must be salary where people are paid based on the work they do by demands. Therefore, local government autonomy or no local government autonomy, you need a sincere governor that can direct and say, provide leadership. Say, this is what must be done. You must solve the problem of payment of salary to nurses, those who work at the centers like where it's close to Urwani, Bisikpo, Abak, all those cities where most of these people want to save. They don't want to save at the rural areas. So the problem of salary is number one. Before the autonomy, once you give autonomy, know that most of these people will not be paid their salary, because autonomy means that you're taking care of all your staffs, The autonomy means that you take care of healthcare workers, all the nurses, senior ones, you take care of them. Once you cannot pay them, for instance, the local government will say,
"Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Let's move finally to I believe the ADP. Have you responded?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
The local government allocation, will it be enough to meet the challenges of governance at the local level? If that will meet the challenges at the local level, then the autonomy is desirable and should be granted immediately. But there's some other thing that I need to draw attention to. Is the responsibility of the local government chairman and the local government councillors. You see, a lot of the people occupying positions there are not knowledgeable enough. They don't even understand local government administration. So what I intend to do before the autonomy is that 5 from each local government will take them up, train them. In fact, about 155, 555 from each of the local governments. What will we do? We'll send them to Akwa Ibom State University, send them to Civil Service Training Center, send them to Center for Management Development in Lagos, send them to ASCON, and arrange a particular training for them. It will run a month each. At the end of 5 months, they'll all come back and they will spend 1 month going around their local government and writing out a paper, their proposal, their position paper. It is from there that I insist that we select people that will lead the various local governments. They will understand the responsibility and they will be able to perform. There will be no longer this issue of, I'm the chairman, my brother should become a local government chairman. You see, when people are given opportunity and they know that there's responsibility and there's consequences for bad behavior, then people will sit up and have a robust local government.
We have 2 rebuttals quickly. We're just going to take those 2 rebuttals from the NNPP and the ADC, and then we move to the next question. We're going to, compact a lot of the questions here. So let's have NNPP, your rebuttal, and then...
Thank you very much. I am for autonomy of local government. Don't get me wrong. This is the hazard. Once it's autonomy, you are going to determine who works there. You are going to determine what you can pay. Because, for instance, now, a joint account takes care of salaries of nurses. Once you now say, I am independent, which I want, they will going to sack all kind of retrenched people based on what they have. So the constitution allowed not the state government, the House of Assembly to regulate them. I was a minister in the FCC, I was in charge of local government. They perform. You need a sincerity of the leader who will not play with the local government fund. And you know, a local government chairman can be responsible. They take almost about 200 million, some 170 a month. They are just lying that they give them 5 million every month, like what they were saying. That's what is flying around. It is absolutely not true. There is embezzlement, there is corruption at the local government. How much is security car? 140 something million. The local government is driving security car with the money.
Thank you very much, sir. Your reporter, ADC.
I think the time has come when we must understand what social justice means. What is mine is mine. You have no business because you have a problem where you are to come and take my money. The money for Ikono should go to Ikono. Sir, we have no idea what is going on in the villages. I sat down for 3 hours with NTA on top and asked people, what is your name? What is your village? What is the problem of your village? For 3 hours in every local government, in every village, and the things I heard scared me. We can't allow this nonsense anymore. We must allow money of the local government to go to the local government and solve the problems of the local government. You as a state governor, you have your budget, even for that local government as well. So you are going to do things pro rata. You are going to use wisdom to know which one needs to be supported. It's like state. You cannot tell me because you want to take money of Akwa Ibom to support Lagos State because Lagos State ain't near a lot
Thank
of
you,
people.
sir. Now I now have rebuttals from the other two candidates. Let's listen to ADP and then AAC, and then we go straight into one question from health.
One fundamental question. Autonomy comes with responsibility. The money that will be given to you, will it be enough for you to meet all the requirements of office? You pay all the staff at the local government level. If it will not meet that demand, then you cannot get autonomy and then come back to tell somebody, please help me to settle some salaries every month. There's a contradiction there. I'm not yet in government house, but I intend to be very, very objective and at the same time be fair, that no part of Akwa Ibom State, nobody is neglected. That's why I talked about inclusiveness and being sensitive to the needs of our people, because Akwa Ibom people need to be taken care of. Thank you.
AAC, final rebuttal.
So, local government, then let the federal government take money from the states and give the states what they feel, because our governments in the state are corrupt. So the people in the cities are more knowledgeable than the people in the villages. It is very insulting. It's complete nonsense. When local governments were autonomous in Nigeria then, are they better off now than then? My father was a local government chairman, and he was able to buy a caterpillar for a local government or local government. And the agri people were performing a lot. Local government chairmen are here owning hotels, sleeping around. And the people are there in the villages suffering. And they are telling me you should hold their money and give them small stipends because they are thieves. The person holding the money, is he not a thief? Please, the Constitution says that we have 3 tiers of government.
Thank you very much. Let's go into health. The YPP candidate, you help me answer this question. Is it 2-in-1 question? Order, please. Can we be quiet? As governor of Akwa Ibom State, if elected, do you promise that you and your family members will use the public health facilities in the state? That you will not travel abroad with your family for medical leave? And what will you do to fix the health system in Akwa Ibom State, understanding that maternal and infant mortality rates have increased? What's your plan?
Well, this is because I have been asked. For me, I have over the years been receiving healthcare facilities from public facilities. Recently, I was in prison and I fell ill and I had to be taken to the university teaching hospital. I didn't go anywhere else. So I believe that I'm in Akwa Ibom State, of course. Maybe this is good for me. It is good for my family. I have been the people's person, and I also believe that looking at how best we can bring down the mortality and mortality rate
we must definitely enhance the healthcare facilities in our rural communities. 80% of our people live in the rural communities. So there is need for us as a government to holistically look at the healthcare facilities in the rural communities. Currently, there are about 430-something health centers across the state, of which 70% of them are not working. I had a concept initially under the Operation Basic Amenities over in our impact agenda, where we believe that our people, no matter where they are located, to reduce the pressure on secondary healthcare facilities, we must address the issue of primary healthcare facilities. And I also believe very strongly that without addressing these issues at the primary healthcare facilities, you bring so much pressure at the secondary healthcare facilities. So we have a policy as a party in line with the impact agenda, that we must make sure that there is a secondary healthcare facility in every local government that would support the healthcare facilities in the primary healthcare facilities, so that where issues come and cannot be handled by the primary healthcare facilities, it will be transferred to secondary healthcare facilities, and where secondary facilities cannot address it, it can come to the Ibom specialist hospital. That will be a departure of the current status, where Ibom specialist hospital, there's supposed to be a referral hospital, there's supposed to be drive the medical tourism in the state. Is that being used at the general hospital? Because there's no general hospital in Uyo, the state capital, for example. The only secondary healthcare facility in Uyo is maybe the Taxi Hospital at Anwa. So I believe that we must key into national healthcare policy, and we must also try to pick James of the national healthcare insurance team in Akwa Ibom. It takes the law of a leader for its people to spend its money, because the primary objective of government is security and welfare, on which health is applied. And I can assure you, there was a time in Akwa when I was the Commissioner of Finance, where we had free medical service for 75 and above, and children below.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I will still come back to a question about what you talked about, the situation when you're incarcerated and you used the healthcare facilities. I wanted to ask you, I'll come back to that question with you. Before you did that, while you were a senator, whether you were using public health facilities. I'm going to come back to that question with you. But I need to ask the ADC candidate, first, your family, yourself.
Yes.
Have you used?
The first is that my family is just my wife and I. And the last time I spent a night in a hospital was in 1985. It is Divine Health. So, that is it. And number two, my wife is one of the most senior medical consultants in the country. She retired as the country medical consultant to the Unilever Group in Nigeria. And finally, in my manifesto, healthcare has taken a bigger portion than housing. I don't know how.
What will you allocate to healthcare?
Sorry?
If elected governor, what percentage of the budget?
Thank you. No, I won't go into budget first, because that's where we make a lot of mistakes. Go into the policies. In Zimbabwe, there is something that they started called Friendship Bench. Grandmothers, there was a lot of mental health issues and everything, and it was becoming an epidemic, and the big people were in the cities. So the grandmothers were taught how to do counseling by listening, and that particular concept is now being practiced in the US and in UK. That concept was taken. Now, primary health care in the villages, we are going to wisely be able to train the elderly people on how to give primary health care. There are certain basic information and knowledge that if they know, they will help to curtail a lot of the sicknesses and diseases are based on primary health care, no lack of knowledge, lack of understanding. Once you do that, you will now have fewer people going up to the secondary before you now talk in terms of the tertiary. So what I will do is go out to buy the concept of the Friendship Bench and start to enlighten people. Knowledge is power. My wife is a specialist in preventive health care.
which is becoming more of the way we should go than curative.
Okay, thank you. ADP.
Much, just like my colleague said.
You two, you have not been to hospital in a while.
No, not that. You know, I'm coming. The nest is virtually empty. It's just my wife and I, and my sons.
But have you had an experience in a local hospital, a public?
No. I've not gone. I'm a doctor, so I've not gone.
Oh, okay.
I take very good preventive measures, and like you're blocking I can't see the time. Thank you. So actually, you know, if you listen to my pitch in the first instance, I said 15% of my budget of the state for the first year, we're spending 15% of our budget on healthcare. The primary healthcare to the tertiary, there's what we call equity. If it is only one person that has a brain tumor, they should be facilitated, or he should be seen. Then of course you should not neglect all those with diarrhea and what have you. That's the essence of it all, of the primary healthcare and tertiary healthcare. But I intend, you know, to bring about community nursing, which is things that he's talking about. You see, when you look at the disease situation, environment, nutrition, sanitation, water supply is actually a key, key factors that determine health. And when we talk about even multidimensional poverty today in Nigeria, it is not just about money. It is about the ability to have water to drink, to have change of clothing, good housing, and look at, you get to you now, for instance, look at the gutters that are built. They drain to nowhere. There's algae, mosquitoes, what have you. That's a challenge.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the AAC candidate quickly.
Okay, so I'm happy we talked about the local government before getting here, because primary health care is directly under local governments. And the reason why we are having very bad services, 600 primary and secondary healthcare services in the state, is because they don't have the power and the resources to invest directly in these areas. So with child and pregnant women mortality, what I believe we should do comprehensively is, even though we have the National Health Insurance Scheme, to implement the Community Healthcare Insurance Scheme, which we don't have presently in Akwa Ibom State, so that the large chunk of people in the communities and in the informal sector can have adequate coverage and a system that can protect them. And also our elderly people, our pregnant women and kids can also have the support they need communities when it comes to healthcare, because when we put in the resources at local government level to invest in our primary healthcare services, people will not even need the secondary and tertiary healthcare. Well, not a lot of people, because what's killing people a lot is malaria, pregnant women dying because of lack of access to very little diseases that could have been cured. I know that the resources that are allocated to local governments would not be enough. That's why we have state budgets. And the function of the budget is to support our local governments. Budgets spread all across the state. It's not only for the state capital. So my government will work directly with local governments to make sure that infrastructure in the healthcare sector, housing of nurses, payment of salaries, upgrading and scaling of the system, so that we can actually incentivize highly qualified people to come in and make equipments available for services to be provided in the 600 centers in the state. And the budget is quite friendly. What about the benefits? Remember, when primary healthcare centers are adequately working, people will be trooping in across the borders from different states, taking advantage of them and paying for service. So it's actually a very good business proposal while keeping our people healthy to work in the state.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the NNPP candidate.
In my government, the government made it mandatory to build healthcare centers in all the wards. Every ward and any healthcare centers. While we make up a special hospital for women and children. Make one local government, Kika, why the mother died with a child, because ambulance, and we have to have, I'm not keying into federal government insurance policy, maybe I'm doing my own insurance here. You pay as you earn, who you are. The rich people will pay for the poor people. At least you pay 1 naira, 2 naira. Something you must build your identity so that when you appear before any doctor, you can be treated. Doctors and doctors need to earn well. People will establish hospitals where they can be financed. That's why if you go to Ibom, there's a big hospital. How we use care? There's a dilapidations everywhere in the hospital system. How we use care? So if we are not running a communist system, the way there is no such facilities, that's where the problem is. Are we running a communist system? No. Let us have the facility here. Let it be option for you. I will people no, we don't. So okay, I mean doctors never I mean Makara for treatment, Doctor Mebami. In fact, saying the two Makaran they treat them. Because them yeah. Makara might get any black politicians. Makara. I mean Makaran too. Yeah, where are you from? I was flying from UK to Hungary. I was the only one in the first class. Makara do physically angry with me.
Thank you, sir.
So
thank you, sir. Gentlemen, we're done with the health sector. Sorry for time, we won't take rebuttals for that. Let's just move quickly. For those who are listening to us on radio, please be reminded that you're listening to the Akwa Ibom Governorship debate put together by the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Akwa Ibom State Council. And we are here with the candidates of the AAC, the ADC, the ADP, NNPP, and the YPP, who is joining us virtually. Let's go into social-cultural before we end with education. Gentlemen, starting with engineer or architect Ngaito. This International Worship Center, what plans do you have? You know, and this 21st century smart city building, you know, what your thoughts about the International Worship Center and then this smart city building?
All along I thought you were my friend. But now I've seen that you were saving the last bullet for the last.
I talk, you know, there was something that Madam Okonjo-Iweala said. He said, I speak as a developmental economist. I speak as one of the most respected architects not just in this state or in this country, but in Africa. I've said this before. In 2015, I was the only African as a main speaker at Global Conference on Affordable Housing in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. So I speak as a fellow of Nigerian Institute of Architects, as an informed architect, and somebody who is a practitioner of international repute. I have criticized that center in more ways than one. Number one, give me 1 billion and then give me a space. If I don't give you something better than that 10, 14, 15 billion, then stop me from practicing for the rest of my life. I'm already retired. It's a fraud. It's a waste of money.
Are you saying you're going to build a worship center that is
am saying that I
cheaper?
Don't believe in it, and I wrote about it on my Facebook page several.
So what will you use the 1 billion for?
You see, no, I'm saying that I could get something much better for less than 10%. I don't understand the purity of form, and I speak as an architect. I don't understand the technology where you're handing over a building that does not have a maintenance value from government, and you are depending on, you know, mechanical, you know, you don't need that because the people cannot sustain that.
What of the 21st century? I don't understand. What of the 21 story century?
Brother, pull it down. Eh?
I want
because
to
now you enter, now you carry me.
I'll give you 1 minute.
You see, 1 minute. Yes, the smart building. I have some things for it. I will say that. You understand me? If there was sincerity and a clear understanding of the essence, it's a skyline that can add to where we want to go. Sometimes you do certain things for a predetermined end. When they said that Mobile was going to come there and they needed a befitting institution,
it was a good argument. But I don't seem to understand what has gone wrong along the way, because I don't see mobile there again, and the building, I don't know where we are, whether it's up or down. So by the time I become the governor, by the grace of God, I have to very, 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 very creatively look for a way to use, because that is the money of Akwa Ibom State. I will not allow what happened to Tropicana to happen to that smart building. Tropicana is Akwa Ibom money that we don't know what is going. It was not Akwa Ibom's money, it's Akwa Ibom's money. So I will not let that smart building to rot. I'm going to rather look for a way of probably incorporating it in what I've called the African Youth Hub. You understand me? And use that as what we use to bring the, kind of take whatever.
Somehow I know what AAC is going to say. So let me go to YPP. Then I'll come back to you. Let's talk with the YPP candidate quickly. The same questions. The International Worship Center and the 21-story smart building. What's your opinion?
Well, I think for me, if an internationally acclaimed architect like Ezekiel Yaito will say no to a project of that magnitude, who am I, a mere economist? For me, my prayer is that the current administration completes that project. But I feel very strongly that the real essence of leadership is to realize when you have made a mistake, and then go back to the drawing board and see how you can work around the mistake that you have made. I believe that in an international worship center of that magnitude, in a 100% Christian state, one then begins to imagine. But I can't stand here to speak for the current administration. But one thing I know is that what is morally wrong can never be politically correct. So I raise my case in that regard.
Let me come to the ADP candidate.
Thank you.
ADP.
Excuse me, please. I've noticed that you've given me just 2 minutes. The last person was 3 minutes. I've noticed it.
Because he's online. We gave him 3 minutes because of the lag in the internet time. Yeah. Okay. But we can't give you time for rebuttal for this question.
No, there's no. I just wanted to know.
Okay, yeah, yes. It was just because he's virtual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your time starts.
Yes. Well, the worship center is already built. I just hope it will be completed and fitted properly, so that when people go in there to worship, they'll have a good atmosphere. That's what I can say. It cannot be pulled down. And we trust God that as we lift up our hands there to worship, that the glory of God will come down on Akwa Ibom State and cause changes that will bring about an unprecedented prosperity on our people. As for the smart building, that building will be so expensive to maintain. I've been thinking, but I think the top floor will use it as a command center for our emergency medical service. We'll use it for security surveillance, important security surveillance outposts.
You're looking for what to do with the building now.
So the top floor, we use it. But for the rest, we'll trust that we'll be able to create a system, probably business school. Also, by the time I come in, I'll look at it and study it. But I don't want to talk about now because I do not have access to the building. I don't have the blueprint of the building. I don't have the design. I can't even access the building. I just see it from a distance. But I'm thinking, I know that I'll bring people like Architect Yaito to come in and see how we can
Thank
change
you
things
very
around.
much.
Thank you
very much. Candidate for the NNPP, please.
You know, I'm a pastor. I'm very aware. It costs all of us so much to build an altar unto the Lord. It cost him so much. Listen to me, and I mean every word I'm saying now. Akwa Ibom people are religious people. You give people what they want. They are religious people. Pastor Gerege Buntum, ke ebuka base ya di wure relimbo. Ebu ya Ibom mposo ba da base ma di di kanse wood. So those infrastructures are from the Ayong about Akwa Ibom for whatever it was. So that the limbo no ma mi biara. Aba say you want to say I destroy. Because my concern, but very similar in the Mesoka, concern is that they should not be delegated to idol. Let me speak openly now. Akwa Ibom people, and I be them, and they will give Bonabasiki, and Bonogendem. And I Bonotaba said to Jehovah, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Jesus Christ. I don't delegate, no, yeah. I mean, I'm re-delegation. But I go to infrastructure.
Thank you very much. AAC, you have the floor.
I think His Excellency Senator Rodriguez said everything I would love to say with the church, the worship center. I adopt his speech 100%. But like I said, with the smart city, with the smart building, that is going to be the tech hub. That is where the Ibom Science Park is going to begin its work. From the very first day I get into office, the smart building and the e-library will be converted to be a place where our tech entrepreneurs can go in there to get the ecosystem support they need. I'm happy that the building is there, and I believe we will make a lot happen there. And like I said before, Taiwan is where it is today because of the science park. And I remember when I had a conversation about it with His Excellency Victor, he said that he actually adopted the science park in Taiwan. And I actually went there, like I said, for 3 months to understudy it, and I'm presently speaking with the Taiwanese government to make sure that we can have this cross-country collaboration in this sector. Trust me, we will create 20,000 jobs directly, but indirectly it will be hundreds of thousands of jobs for our young people. So most of the buildings we have that have been developed by this government that have not been put to use, we will find very smart ways to put them to use. We worship God a lot in this state. I am a believer, but I know that there are many churches in this state that have been built in different ways. And I know that we have very many things to do with money in this state to keep people alive. And I believe when we pray to God to give us the resources to survive. So if He has given us the resources, we should use it to survive and take care of our people while we are praising the Lord in the churches that are available.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we are coming to the last segment, and it has to do with only 2 questions. I'll merge them together. About education. A recent report by the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics puts Akwa Ibom among the states with the largest population of out-of-school children. I'd like to know 2 things. Number 1, what will you do about having a gender-responsive education system that gives girls, the girl child, access to education? What would you do about that? Number 2, will you continue this concept, this policy of free and compulsory education? So the first question will go to, that question is going to go to the ADP candidate first, and then we go across and end with the YPP candidate. So these out-of-school children, the population is increasing. What are you planning to do about it? And what will you do about making a responsive education system for the girl child to have access to education?
I said education will attract 25%. My budget in the first year is to leapfrog education. This is the critical state, and so it's critical action. 25% will take care of one, facilitates the books, the training and the training of teachers, drawing the curriculum and building more classrooms, reducing the number of students in each classroom. In fact, we intend to have just maximum of 40 in the class, and ensure that the students come into school and they will have uniform, have sandals, they will have books, and they will also have brunch, something like from breakfast to lunch to help them be in school. That's why we are saying spend this money in school, and be able to also ensure that the teachers have their salaries, they have what is their due, their leave grants, all that is required to be made available with that money. But there is something that we call affirmative action. That would be that because of that disadvantage, step down certificates, that will be applied to the and even for higher education. If the cutoff point for Akwa Ibom State University, for instance, courses is 150, we take it down so that they can have access.
Will you continue the free education?
Yes, that is why the money is there. You see, the essence of free education for it to be functional is that you have to cost each of these pupils or students and put a markup funding for each student. That is when free education works. Not the free education, you don't fund it. Nothing. That's why you don't have any government official. Their children in public school.
Thank you, sir. Let's move to the candidate of the NNPP.
Yeah. I've gone around all the wards. One, there's nothing wrong with free education, but they are paying lip service to it. Teachers are poorly trained. Teachers are businessmen. They are not well paid. They are arranged. Today we are about 17 in ranks. Akwa Ibom is known to be intelligent all over the world. There is no field that you go, you will not see Akwa Ibom man. We are very brilliant people. We want to rearrange our education. That will take me to what Abongota did, the technical, the science part. Girl education is the same. Equality. I have girls, everyone. You have access, the same access. The same access. A specialized school will be created by me for those who are science oriented. I want to get it to that level. In India, there's a university in India that's more expensive than Harvard. What are they doing? They are training the high-tech, the scientific oriented education, that they are selling their manpower to the world, and our education has no destination. That's why people like to speak English to show that you are educated. Who tells you that English is the education? As free come Magara as a meme, you have to be result oriented. The Yorubas, the Hausas who are the richest in Nigeria, you come Magara more. So our education is poor. The infrastructure is wrong, is poor. Teachers, the same revolution, the same thing that Rufai did in Kaduna, we will implement here so we can have the result. Peter Obi took his own. Sorry to mention any president, because my presidential candidate, Kwang Kwanso, did very well education. He sends children to specialized school and they came back. Look at the revolution in Kano, what they did. I'm just saying example of those things. The girl child, whether girl, we must bring qualitative education, result-oriented, technical one, employable one, the one that Akwa Ibom will be known for.
Thank you very much, sir. The AAC candidate.
Yes, it is said that an educated woman is an educated community. So prioritizing girl child education would be number one on my list. And of course, everyone knows how much I love education. which is why we are allocating 15% of our capital expenditure towards education. But beyond that, like I always announce when I go on radio, 50% of my cabinet will be women. So it is not just about education, but moving around, because women hold the power. So we have 1,250 primary schools in this state. Over 90% of them are dilapidated. 250 secondary schools, same figure, over 90% dilapidated. And what we intend to do is put our resources behind not just infrastructure, but scaling the syllabuses, investing in our teacher training colleges, so that we can have an educational system that can compete globally, so that our people can have the knowledge to create jobs and services overseas, not just in Akwa Ibom State. So digital education is going to come into play, and a lot of other programs we have, which you can see in my manifesto. But most importantly, we will focus on women. It's not just the free education has to be quality education, not just free. And thank God there's so many organizations, both local and global, who have grants and serious funding to come in and support the system once the government is transparent. So we have very bold and big plans in education, because we know it will underpin the development of our state, especially looking at what's happening in Kesirido. Well, I take my local government, for example, which is the end of the world. When you go there and you see what is happening, you'll understand what we need as a state. And even in the local governments where oil is being taken out of the ground, when it's rainy season, kids get sick. Why? Because there are no benches. Students have to sit on the floor, and the cold will get into their bodies and they get sick.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The candidate of the ADC, please.
Thank you. First is that I must admit that my answer is going to be very biased for obvious reasons. Well, I was brought up by a single mother effectively, and my mother brought me up. Let me stop at that. Secondly, I met a young lady when I was about 19. You know, we dated for 6 years, and this year we celebrated our 34th wedding anniversary. So effectively, this young girl has been top of my life for about 40 years of my life. So you can understand why I'm biased towards the girl child. And secondly, I will admit that girls are actually, I'm sorry to say this, more intelligent than, maybe because of experience in my house. My wife beats me hands down, not beats, I mean intellectually, you know, she's more sound. So if we are to have a country, a state that makes sense, a wise governor will prioritize the girl child education. So for them, it starts with, you know, a good mother first is concerned about the hygiene environment of the child. So you are going to make sure that in the school, the least you can do is provide hygienic toiletries for the girls. The guys who send, just turn somewhere around the bush, do your thing, and you are home and dry. Not okay, but they can get by. But the girl child needs to be protected, so every school will have to have that. Secondly, and most important, I will encourage free education, but one thing I will do is that I will introduce a computer language from primary school. The long-term strategy is that by the time that they enter secondary school, you'll be surprised that secondary school students will be giving their parents pocket money. It's happening in Poland, and it can happen in Nigeria and Akwa Ibom. And above all, Akwa Ibom has a special endowment, you know, by God in the area of ICT. I intend to exploit that.
Thank you very much. The YPP candidate, please.
And then I can state here that in 7 years I found myself in the Senate. I've sponsored over 481 Akwa Ibom indigenes in states and federal institutions across this country. We have produced 37 first class so far, and we have produced 250 second class upper, and we still have a few of them left that by this year or next year they'll be done. I think this demonstrates my passion for education. And I was a part of a government where we were able to implement the free, compulsory, and qualitative education, where as part of this strategy, we were paying 100 naira per child per term
to the head teacher in primary school, and 200 naira per term to the principal in secondary school to cater for additional overhead expenses. And we were able to achieve an effective outcome as regards the results in national examination. So I believe that we will sustain, if there is currently, because I don't know what it is, we will still sustain and we will still get back to this free, compulsory, and effective education qualitatively, with special emphasis on the girl child, with even proper incentive to encourage most of our girls child to leave the streets. And I believe that as families, as parents, we equally have a part to play in the attainment of the girl child education. So we will always use the platform of the churches where families are transferred and incorporated. We use the platform of counseling, where we can use counselors to educate the girl child on the need to ensure an effective education. So I believe the girl child is going to be given greater focus, and we'll also do special clinical and vocational colleges in the 10 federal constituencies, and we'll set up special funding programs for teacher education in the state. So I believe that education will be given a topmost priority. Just like our other co-consultants have stated, we move towards digital education, because that's where the current reality is as we speak. So I believe that a new Akwa Ibom is betting. New Akwa Ibom is betting come May 29, 2023 this year.
Thank you very much. We're going to have just one rebuttal each from the NNPP and the ADP. And after that, we'll have 1 minute each for your closing statements.
Thank you so much.
Sir? Are you rebuttal too?
I want.
Please don't bend your rules. Don't bend your rules.
Do you have a rebuttal, sir? ADC candidate? Or you want to speak half and then complete it?
No, don't bend your rules.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
The original rule actually gave us, it wasn't 1 minute closing.
It was 1 minute closing.
The original rule was 2 minutes closing.
Please, 1 minute closing.
Don't bend your rules.
Thank you, sir.
The issue of girl child education is not applicable to Akwa Ibom. It's an economic issue, poverty issue, where people cannot feed. We deny more access to education. The issue of, I'm going to chairman, Senate Committee on Women and Youth, the first chairman. We domesticated this law. It's a UN issue. It's an UN issue. It's in the charter of the UN. We deny more. Make I can need the boy don't the toy again. Yambo can push on Makara. I would deny them more. They don't make a uniform. Government made me. Who can make you know uniform? Who pay and I pay for 100,000 a month. How we can make it no who told Fenadova. Therefore, they will be retrained. And I want more. When an Amadi Baba wouldn't make a Quibum. Case Teremi, Indian man, a girl child. I bet I'm moving the value. Fred was about me value to Ibana more. That change.
Thank you, sir. Your rebuttal. ADP.
You see, investment in education of the girl child is actually investment in the security and welfare of the family. Because an educated girl child becomes an educated mother and will be able to take care of the children, advise them. An educated community won't be able to tell somebody, come and join politics. No, because an educated person is someone that can earn a living, someone that can think and be creative. That's what I tend to do. But I also realize that for the girl child to function efficiently, the monthly menstrual cycle is a challenge. I was involved in donating pads, young ladies in secondary school through an NGO. I intend to build a factory that will produce sanitary pads and distribute it freely to our young girls in secondary school.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I believe we've come to the end of the debate. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds to have your closing statements. 1 minute, 30 seconds. And we're going to do it alphabetically, ending with the YPP candidate. He himself will have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay? AAC, your time starts.
My brothers and sisters, I believe that a new Akwa Ibom is possible, and we can build it together. But we need to get our leadership right. Let us stop looking at leaders and looking for leaders that have deep pockets, and start looking at people that have deep hearts. Because to get us to where we want to be, we need people that understand us, love us enough, and can dedicate their times and their lives in changing our situation. I believe I have this quality. I believe I have the experience. But most importantly, I believe I have the love for each and every one of us, enough to move us to where we want to be. And listening to all of us and the rest of the other 18 candidates, a lot of people will be telling you about who they are, where they've been, and what they've done. And you put us where we are. The question here, this election, is not about us. It's about everybody. It's about who we are, where we've been, and what we've done together. And I can tell you we are nowhere. So in moving forward, let's start asking serious questions. This is our commonwealth. Let's start looking at people that understand the issues. And be able to see them out and go woke up. Mass you for no go to wo ben. You don't pay your working or pay your work or salary, pay your work, pay your word or pay your word or pay your word. And the only way to stop that, I thought I had 1 minute 30 seconds.
Okay. Complete. All right. Next person. 1 minute 30 seconds, sir.
That was 2 minutes. Anyway, okay. I say this on my honor. It's easy to talk, but God sees the heart of every person. I say that I am motivated by service for the people of Akwa Ibom State. I'm motivated by the love and passion that I have for my people. I am motivated by the ills I've seen, and I am not okay. I'm comfortable, but God expects me to make a sacrifice. And on account of this, I want to say that God, who sees the heart of every man, if he sees that I've been lying to the people, I want God to block my way and make sure that I don't succeed. Because it's not about me, it's got to be about the people of Akwa Ibom State. I want to say that if there is any of us here that loves Akwa Ibom more than I do, that is committed to Akwa Ibom more than I do, that is more passionate to serve the poor people in Akwa Ibom State more than I do, that God will make that person the next governor of Akwa Ibom State. But if in his omnipotence, knowing all things, he sees that I have this heart and I mean it, I want God to break all protocols and make me the next governor so that the people of Akwa Ibom State will be the...
Thank you very much. Amen. ADP.
Very much. Akwa Ibom. I'm in the Akwa Ibom. I will bend the Benny. Ndo Manison. I'm in Memma Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom long. Ibaran defense Mbonka. Mbomba me. Mwama Akwa Ibom. Imam me. Kesed me. Asana. Anon Bono Akwa Ibom. Nsenyi ni bi yari ni mi nombone bidi kisonyi. Mbone koro generation fen. Akwa Ibom odi da mo kiswa ition fen. Iswa duo. Ba iswa idem ina. Nyini so you complain about leadership. I mean me wonder mboke me be idem adi self bono Akwa Ibom. I refer to them as the princes of Akwa Ibom State. But yeah, everybody know more because they are more avoiding a serve Akwa Ibom. But I made you all go okay, Abika. I mean, boyang before. Because I mean, Kerekemba Mfrem, Nkeremba Mpong, Tunga Mingero Itoyen, Mewo is like Gaba, is like Onisha. I won't make a by Onisha. A week and in Amquaka Quavo.
Thank you very much. The candidate for the NNPP.
So, Akwa Ibom. Bok. Ikubsem bitam. Mingi mi bena ko Akwa Ibom. Invest kidem bi Akwa Ibom. Akong ngena fly abo ka Lagos. Ya ga nyonga ba ga Akwa Ibom ya mewe fu. Maybe me use the cash flow, the internal the location of government, Akwa Ibom State development of Akwa Ibom. May propose we are develop entrepreneurs, 81,000 of them. We are building warehouses in cosmopolitan city. Yang itu inam bau, kerana ini sesuatu unek, yang copy ini impose mana. Ini benar Akwa Ibom, ya, orang nam kita ambil Akwa Ibom. Here maybe Ben government the main young is wrong because the women are the system 30-year government and I know more certain amount of money. Yeah, I don't phone with it, you for you. I come about with it, but was on for you. I come in government, say 40-year government before I did 2 years again. I'm bomb or my grandboss pay more time. So please, yes, but boy, Akwa Ibom came up when Mukara move a main constitution. 8 men on other ADS because of some men. I am coming. Menewo with the pattern them kondomoke. Me with the near wundomoke. Me with my sad society. I mean me do the perfume. Kid you when them kiti mo. Same in the Maria no me opportunity. For me no opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's move to the candidate of the YPP, the Young Progressives Party. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
My motivation to be your next governor is born out of the sincere understanding that as a people we can collaborate to ensure resources of the states are used for the development of the people. I feel your cause, I feel your pain, I feel your cry, and I have cried with you. I have lived here with you, and I know the challenges, and I have what it takes to take Akwa Ibom State out of this doldrum. I believe very strongly that the power to elect your next governor is in your vote. And we have all presented ourselves. And I believe that our antecedents must speak for us. What have we done in the time past? What have we done with the opportunities that we all had in the time past? And what results and testimonial do we have to show for this? I present myself based on experience. I present myself based on capacity. I present myself based on the platforms that you have given me that have not disappointed you. I believe that a new Akwa Ibom is birthing. We are a product of the choices we make. If you make the right choice, you will be the beneficiary. And if you make the wrong choice, you will bear the consequences. The instrument of hunger and poverty.
Thank you very much. That is the 1 minute 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, people of Akwa Ibom State, people of Nigeria, it's been the first ever Akwa Ibom Governorship Debate 2023. You're allowed to give a round of applause. We've had the honor and privilege of the presence of the candidate for the AAC, Mr. Iboro, to a round of applause for him. The candidate for the Africa Democratic Congress, ADC architect, Ezekiel Nyangotu. Please, a round of applause for him. The candidate for the Action Democratic Party, ADP, Dr. Ekere Essien, a round of applause. Candidate for the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Senator John James Odoedere. Candidate for the Young Progressives Party, Senator Basi Akwa, and a round of applause for him. We must also appreciate all our sponsors, our partners. Thank you very much. Want to also say a big thank you to and well done to the chairman of NUJ, Akwa Ibom State Council. Can you please stand up, Comrade Amos Etuk? A round of applause. Also appreciating for his dogged efforts, my own cousin, Comrade Anekan Udofia, the chapter political chairman. Please a round of applause for him. I also want to say thank you and thank you for joining me, members of our association, the National Guild of Radio Managers, Ambassador Patrick Uzoi Peters, Samuel Akpan, John Kamyang, and Barrister Efe. I can't leave here, ladies and gentlemen, without acknowledging my mother, a veteran broadcaster, Pastor Mrs. Emma Basiubong. Mommy, stand up, let them see you small. That is my source. Yes, I think we're going to have pictures. NLC is also here. We want to also appreciate NLC and all our sister agencies and organizations. Thank you very much for being around. Can we have pictures? Our chairman, please, can you come forward? And then we have the secretary of NUJ Political Committee to give us a closing remark. We'll stand here. All the candidates, please. We can have the partners as well. Members of the NUJ, please join this picture. I would like my national president, Ambassador Patrick Uzoi Peters, to please join this, as well as national vice president, South-South, and general manager of Inspiration FM, Mr. Samuel Akpan, please join. We can have both up and down, please. Comrade Anekan Udofia, please join this. Pastor Mrs. Emma Basiubong, please join this. Our mommy, the proprietor of Redemption FM, please join. Wait. Susan. Okay. Yes. The general manager of NTA, please join this. Ambassador Patrick Uzoi Peters, Mr. JP, Mr. Samuel Akpan, please join. If you are head of a radio or TV station, please come into this. Planet FM, please come. Excel FM, you can climb on the podium, on the left-hand podium. All our partner radio stations, Channels TV, if you're here. ABN, if you're here, please join. Excel FM, UG Bamidele, please join. Our sponsors, I would also like you to find a space here.
DJ Tallest in the mix.
Moderator.
88.7.
Political committee, please, a picture with the candidates. Political committee. The state chairman, please join. State chairman, please join. But political committee, please, a picture with the candidates, please. It's very important. The political committee. I would also like all the candidates on their own to have a picture. It's also important. Thank you very much for being here at the very first ever Akwa Ibom State Governorship debate organized by the NUJ and facilitated by the able men and women of the political committee. Rev Ken Obuneo, I see you. Also, special recognition to Mr. John Kamyang, State Chairman of the National Guild of Radio Managers, Abia State, and the GM of Rapid FM and TV.
all members of the committee, all our partners, we appreciate you. May God continue to keep you, and we hope for a better Akwa Ibom. God bless all of you in Jesus' name.